Mahashivratri is an auspicious night every year when we celebrate Shiva and meditate on his ultimate nature. On this Mahashivratri, I want to share with you some of the higher teachings based on the ultimate truth of Shiva, and also take you on a journey through India where the spirit of Shiva is alive and well. So, Happy Mahashivratri to all, and Om Namah Shivaya. I am fulfilled. The elements of nature, the body and the senses, what are they to me? Or the mind, what is emptiness or despair? What are holy books, or knowledge of the self, or the mind, even when it is free of the senses? Or happiness, or freedom from desire? I am always one without two. Knowledge or ignorance, freedom or bondage, what are they? What is I, or mine, or this, or the form of the true self? I am always one. What do I care for freedom in life or in death, or for my present karma? I am always without I. So where is the one who acts or enjoys? And what is the rising or the vanishing of thought? What is the indivisible world or the visible? In my heart I am one. What is this world? Who seeks freedom or wisdom or oneness? Who is bound or free? In my heart I am one. What is creation or dissolution? What is seeking and the end of seeking? Who is the seeker? What has he found? I am forever pure. What do I care who knows what is known or how it is known? What do I care for knowledge? What do I care what is or what is not? I am forever still. What are joy or sorrow, distraction or concentration, understanding or delusion? I am always without thought. What is happiness or grief? What is here and now or beyond? I am forever pure. What is illusion or the world? What is the little soul or God himself? One without two, I am always the same. I sit in my heart. What need is there for striving or stillness? What is freedom or bondage? What are holy books or teachings? What is the purpose of life? Who is the disciple and who is the master? I have no bounds. I am Shiva. Nothing arises in me, in whom nothing is single, nothing is double. Nothing is, nothing is not. What more is there to say? There is a secret text that explains the true nature of existence. What text is this, and what knowledge does it have to share? Let's find out.
Om Namah Shiva. Om Namah Shiva. Om Namah Shiva.
There are many texts within India that many people do not know about, particularly when we look at the Puranas. And there's one text from the Puranas that is very important, particularly for followers of Shiva, the Shiva tradition. And it's one of the most important texts of all India and the entire world when you start to read this text. And it's a secret text that not many people around the world know. A lot of people in India do know this text, and it is one of the most important texts if you want to understand the nature of Shiva as the representation of the ultimate reality of Brahman, the ultimate reality of existence. And so you're probably asking, what is this text? And this text is called the Ishvara Gita, or in English, Lord Shiva's Song. And this is a fantastic translation by Andrew Nicholson. Actually, Andrew Nicholson's introduction into this text is sublime. It's one of the best introductions to any spiritual text that I think I've ever read. And so I highly recommend this version of the Ishvara Gita. And it's a very, very important text in understanding the ultimate nature of Brahman. I would say that this text itself is a Nididhyasana text, but it's a very secret Nididhyasana text. It's one that not many people know about. A lot of people know about the Ashtavaraka Gita, the Avadhuta Gita, the Mandukya Upanishad Karika, and so forth and so on, but not many people talk about the Ishvara Gita. Now, in the Ishvara Gita, there are so many great verses on the unmanifest Lord. Now, obviously, the unmanifest Lord here is Shiva as a representation of the ultimate reality of Brahman. And so I want to read to you actually 7 verses today from this great scripture, which will give you a deeper understanding and a thorough understanding, actually, of the ultimate reality of existence. Let me read these 7 verses to you. From the unmanifest came time, primeval matter, and the Supreme Spirit. The whole world was born from these 3, so the world consists of Brahman. It dwells in the world, enveloping everything, hands and feet everywhere, eyes, head, face, and ears everywhere. It appears to possess all qualities and all senses, yet is free of them all. Supporting all things, it is eternal bliss, the unmanifest, free from duality. Without any object of comparison, its range is beyond the means of knowledge. The abode of all things, supreme immortality, beyond mental construction or semblance. Undivided, yet appearing as divided. It is eternal, fixed, and unchanging. It is without qualities, the highest space. This is the knowledge the wise understand. It is the self of all beings. It is the external, the internal, the supreme. It is I, all-pervading and calm, the highest Lord whose essence is knowledge. I, whose form is unmanifest, pervade this entire world. All beings dwell in me. He who knows this knows the Vedas. What an amazing 7 verses. And this chapter is actually chapter 3 and is actually called the Unmanifest Lord. No surprises there. And so what the Ashtavaraka Gita is delving into is the difference between Saguna Brahman, Brahman with qualities, and Nirguna Brahman, Brahman without qualities. And so you saw within the text where it said that it has no qualities and it is unchanging, eternal, fixed, and the highest space. So it is immanent within reality, but also transcends it. And that's within us as well. We are that. That's what they're saying in the Ishvara Gita. We are that. We are that Nirguna Brahman. That is our true nature, is the Nirguna Brahman, is Brahman without qualities, not Saguna Brahman. See, Saguna Brahman would be the jiva, would be this accumulative sense of self, which is entangled with the manifest world. So Saguna Brahman is referring to essentially the manifest world. In Taoism, Saguna Brahman, the manifest world, would be the 10,000 things, and Nirguna Brahman would be Chi. And so our true nature is without quality. It paradoxically said in one of these verses that it possesses all qualities, yet is not attached to them, and essentially is free from them. And so, as I said, it's immanent within existence, but also transcends it. And so the immanent is the Saguna Brahman level, right? But the transcending is the Nirguna Brahman. And that part of Brahman, the Nirguna Brahman realm, is where the great sages abide. And there's no surprises that these texts came from the mind of those particular sages who wrote the Ishvara Gita, the here the Puranas, so we're talking about Vyas here. And so it came from these great sages who wrote these great texts. And so what these texts are always pushing us towards is that we need to also abide in the Nirguna Brahman realm as well, right? And so all through these 7 verses, it speaks about Brahman as being eternal, timeless, ever free. And when we understand that, when we abide as the Atman, the undifferentiated state of consciousness, then we will attain or experience Ananda bliss, because bliss is the ultimate essence of Brahman, you could say. So one who is a knower of Brahman, and in this says one who knows the Vedas, knows the 4 original Vedas that came from the rishis, who put all of the great knowledge in India in motion, then when we know that, then we experience this bliss, the essence, the fragrance of Atman. We experience that this bliss which is dissociated. It's not associated with anything. It just arises from within because you abide as that. And that's what these 7 verses are saying. They're saying that once we understand the true nature of ourselves, then we will experience this bliss. We will be a knower of the Vedas. We will know what the Vedas were truly speaking about. And so Brahman is the abode of all things. It's the abode of everything. And as a spiritual aspirant on the path, it's to understand that you are that as well. You've always been that. But sometimes we need some sort of spiritual practice or some sort of contemplation, and sometimes it can be lengthier and lengthier for particular different types of people. But eventually we need to come to this understanding that we are that as well. There has never been any division anyway, no separation. As it says within the text, undivided, yet appearing as divided. And so it's almost like a magic trick. Can we feel it? Can we sense the unity within all life, or the oneness of reality? Can we sense that? And so these 7 verses within the Ishvara Gita are guiding us to understand that pure, unmanifest Brahman, what we call Nirguna Brahman, because ultimately within you and within me, we are that. And the persistent illusion is the jiva that eclipses the true undifferentiated consciousness that you are.
Where is the universe gone? By whom is it removed? And where is it merged? It was just seen by me, and has it ceased to exist? This is passing strange. I see everywhere the ocean of reality, filled with the nectar of absolute bliss. There is nothing to shun, nothing to accept, nothing to despise. I do not see anything. I do not hear anything. I do not know anything. I simply exist as the Self, the eternal bliss. Blessed am I. I have attained the goal of my life. I am free from the clutches of transmigration. I am unattached. I am free from the body, both the gross and the subtle. I am undecaying, immaculate, and eternal. I am neither the doer nor the enjoyer. I am changeless and beyond activity. I am the essence of pure knowledge. I am indeed Brahman, one without a second, without a peer, the reality that has no beginning, beyond the illusion of you or I, this or that. I am the essence of eternal bliss and truth. I alone reside in all beings as knowledge and reality, their internal and external support. I am the enjoyer and all that is enjoyable. In me, the ocean of infinite bliss, the waves of the universe arise and merge by the plane of the wind of Maya. Like the sky, I am beyond contamination. Like the sun, I am distinct from things illumined. Like a mountain, I am motionless. Like the ocean, I am limitless. I have no connection with the body, as the sky has none with the clouds. I am unaffected by waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. I do not engage in work nor desist from it. How can I ever exert myself, since I am all-pervading, like the ether? Merits and demerits cannot affect me, neither heat nor cold, neither good nor evil. I neither work nor make others work. I neither enjoy nor make others enjoy. I neither see nor make others see. I am Atman, self-effulgent and transcendent. Let this inert body drop away, either in water or on land. I am not touched by what may happen to it. Is the sky inside a jar befouled by the properties of the jar? Let there be changes in the body or in the senses, 10-fold, 100-fold, or 1,000-fold. I, pure consciousness, am ever free. Can the clouds ever touch the dome of the heavens? I am verily Brahman, the one without a second, which, like the sky, is beginningless and endless, in which the whole universe, from the causal to the gross, appears to be a mere shadow. I am verily Brahman, the one without a second, which is the support of all, which has infinite forms, which is omnipresent, devoid of multiplicity, eternal, pure, unmoved, and absolute. I am the soul of the universe. I am the all. I am transcendent. I am absolute and infinite knowledge.
Now, the symbol of Shiva's trident is often confused, and a lot of people think it's actually a weapon when we don't understand the actual significance of the symbology behind Shiva. Not just the trident, but all of the other symbols that are involved with Shiva and Shaivism in general. But we're going to concentrate today on the trident. Now, the trident essentially means the Tripura. Now, the Tripura means the three worlds. And there's a few ways to understand this. You can understand this as the me, mine, or not mine, or you could understand it as the natural world, cultural world, and personal world. So these three worlds are what the trident is about. And we're going to look at the me, mine, and not mine perspective. These three worlds, the me, mine, and not mine, we all possess. It all builds a framework in our mind that we experience reality through. So first, what is the me? The me is essentially just the physical body and our mind. So just the me at its rawest nature, so the physical world. So what is the mine aspect? So mine is all of the property we have, the knowledge we've accumulated in life that we believe is who we are and what we have. It's like an extension of who we are. So this includes family and status and essentially all of the wealth that we accumulate and this idea of ownership, right? Like I mentioned with property. So the mine is essentially to do with this form of extending ourselves and expanding ourselves into the world, and where we have influence, and so we have ownership, and we say we own this, and we claim all of these things, and we start to pretend we own this knowledge as if it's ours, and so forth. So the mind category has a lot to do with ownership and control, and you can see why this aspect of the three worlds can cause a lot of trouble in the world. And the not mind category is pretty simple to understand. It's everything that we don't own. It's everything that is not ours. And it's everything that we have no authority over or control. And so that's what the not mine is. So what another person has, or the knowledge someone else has that is not ours at that moment, that is the not mine category. These three worlds are what we would call Brahmanda in Sanskrit. Now, the three worlds build this idea and this conceptual framework that builds this construction in our mind, which we would call Maya, like the illusion of reality, like we're seeing reality through the Maya reality. And that's essentially what Brahmanda is. It's the construction of this cultural, conceptual framework we build in our mind. And that's why, particularly in Shaivism, the whole focus in Shaivism is to deconstruct Maya, to destroy Maya essentially, and see reality as it truly is. But that's what these three worlds build. These three worlds contribute to this idea of Brahmanda. That's what the three worlds are. Another meaning for the trident is the three bodies. Now the three bodies are the Stula Sharira, physical body, Sukshma Sharira, the conscious mind full of opinions, and the Karana Sharira, the unconscious mind full of impressions. Now it sounds very similar to samskaras, right? Where we take in the impressions and the subliminal imprints into our subconscious, and we unconsciously act from that place. That's essentially what the Karana Sharira actually is. And so the staff of Shiva on the trident is actually the linga beyond Maya. It's the staff of wisdom, right? So you have the three worlds at the top and you have the staff. The staff is the linga, the wisdom that destroys or sees through Maya. It's beyond Maya. So the idea here is that with the staff of wisdom, Shiva destroys these three worlds. And that is essentially what the sacred mark of Shiva is. You know, the three lines of ash, horizontal lines on the forehead. Now that is the sacred mark of Tripundra. And that is a hallmark of Shaivism and Shiva devotees, or sadhus and yogis that follow the Shiva path. Now there's a story in mythology about how Shiva destroys the Tripura. Now it's through the idea of the three flying cities. And Devdutt Patnaik actually explains this story beautifully, which I will read for you right now. The story goes that three demons created three flying cities and spread havoc in the cosmos. So the gods called upon Shiva to destroy these cities. The cities could be destroyed only with a single arrow. And so one had to wait for the right moment when the three cities were perfectly aligned in a straight line. Shiva decided to chase the three cities until this moment arrived. The earth was Shiva's chariot. The sun and the moon were its wheels. The four Vedas were its horses. Brahma himself was the charioteer. Mount Meru, axis of space, was the shaft of Shiva's bow, while Shesha, the serpent of time, was the string. Vishnu was the arrow. Shiva chased the three cities and waited for the moment when the cities were aligned. At that moment, he realized the arrow and destroyed all three cities in an instant. He collected the ashes of these three cities and smeared them across his forehead as three parallel lines. This was the Tripundra, the sacred mark of Shiva. It communicated to the world that the body, the property, and the rest of nature, the three worlds created by Brahma, are mortal. When they are destroyed, what remains is Purusha, the soul. Now in this quote, don't confuse Brahma with Brahman. Brahma here being the creative principle. And also when Devdutt says Purusha, we can also explain this as Atman, undifferentiated consciousness. We're using different terminology here from especially Samkhya Yoga compared to Vedanta, which both actually mean this undifferentiated state of pure awareness. And so that's what remains after the three cities are destroyed. And we use the ash to symbolize that destruction within ourselves, right? So we destroyed the three cities or the three worlds within ourselves, the me, the mine, and the not mine. So we don't see reality in duality anymore. We see from a non-dual state. We see everything essentially in its pure unity, in its oneness. So ash here is symbolic because ash is what survives after all matter is destroyed. So when matter is destroyed or burnt to the ground, then what is left is ash. And likewise, when the three worlds are destroyed, all that is left is ash, but ash here symbolizes the Atman within all of us. Because the Atman was never born, can never die. And so ash represents the Atman. So Shiva essentially destroys these three worlds with the third eye of wisdom. So that's what we need to do. We also need to destroy our three worlds with our own third eye of wisdom. And we all have this so-called third eye, which is the perception of reality from the undifferentiated state of consciousness that can see into the illusion of duality. But we all forget we all have this third eye of wisdom because we construct this subjective reality within our mind to cope with an objective reality that we have no control or influence over. So we create this subjective view of the world in our mind to protect ourselves essentially from the pitfalls and all of the obstacles that we encounter in our life. In the end, the wisdom of the trident symbolizes that we must become Shiva ourselves. and destroy our own three worlds, because we are essentially a microcosm of Shiva. Shiva here being a representation of Brahman. So we must destroy our own three worlds and essentially become Shiva ourselves to see reality as it truly is. And it's one undifferentiated, unified state. Who are you truly? And what is the nature of reality itself? What is the nature of everything? Well, I'm about to read to you two verses that explain the nature of your true identity and also the nature of everything around you. And this comes from the Ashtavakra Gita. Now, this is the translation by Thomas Byram, and on the channel I usually read Swami Nitya Swarupananda's translation, but today we are going to read from Thomas Byram's translation two important verses. And Thomas Byram's translation, for those who are unfamiliar with a lot of Sanskrit, is probably better to read before you read Swami Nitya Swarupananda's translation. But nevertheless, we are going to read two important verses here from the Ashtavakra Gita, which is actually a declaration of the true nature of our being by the great master. So let me read these two verses for you. For I have no bounds, I am Shiva. Nothing arises in me, in whom nothing is single, nothing is double. Nothing is, nothing is not. What more is there to say? It is easy. God made all things. There is only God. When you know this, desire melts away. Clinging to nothing, you become still. Now, if you could only read two verses for the rest of your life, then these would be the two verses that you would need to read to keep you centered on the nature of your true self, what we call in Sanskrit Atman, the undifferentiated state of consciousness. Now, this is what Ashtavakra is speaking about, right? Ashtavakra is speaking about this undifferentiated state, and he even claims that he is Shiva. Shiva being the representation of Brahman. He uses in this translation, Thomas Byram, God. Now, God here we would translate as Brahman in Sanskrit. Brahman is the ultimate reality of existence. And this is actually the nirguna state of Brahman. This is Brahman without qualities, the ultimate undifferentiated state, which actually is identical with the Atman within all of us. And that Atman is the same within all of us. It's that same undifferentiated consciousness. And that's what the Ashtavakra Gita is kind of explaining all throughout the text, that oneness is the only reality, but we've brought it to this illusion of duality. And so I love these two verses. I have no bounds. I am Shiva. What more is there to say? You are that. What more is there to add? Now, when we truly understand that, as the second verse says, desire melts away. It's actually that easy. Desire melts away. When you surrender and you give it over to Brahman, then all things will play out according to the Leela, the play of existence. But you are not engaged in it. You are a witness of the play because you are abiding in that Atman. You are just seeing it unfold to be what it will be. But you have re-identified yourself with your true state, which is Atman, which is identical with Brahman. And so you don't have to run around trying to control reality. As the second verse said, God made all things. It's easy. And there is only God. So there is only Brahman. And I've mentioned in many videos before, an important mantra to keep in your mind when you're walking around or if you're in a busy environment. You just recite in your mind, all is Brahman and I am that. You just keep this mantra in your mind and then you will continually identify with that ultimate reality rather than identifying with your problems or your yearning for control. You know, all of these things that we have as an identity where we're trying to protect our identity, we're trying to further its existence, but we always forget the true nature of our being. So that gets pushed further and further back into the corner of the room while we're out here in the front trying to be this identity. When that is always there, the identity will not always be there and is ever changing. So it's important to identify with the changeless, which is Atman, which is identical with Brahman. And that's what Ashtavakra is speaking about here. Just keep that in your mind. I am Shiva. I am Shiva. I am Shiva. Not saying that you are God, but it's the re-identification that the ultimate aspect of yourself is identical with Shiva itself. There's no separation. The only part of you that is separate is the identity, which is a socialization process that you've endured. And you've become this person, but it wasn't your innate existence. It was given to you. It was something that you accumulated through your life, and then you are here now as that person, and you think that's who you truly are, but that's not who you truly are. And so in saying all that, there's really nothing to do. Now that frightens a lot of people when you say there's nothing to do. You know, a lot of teachers will use the phrase, the search is over, or this and that, but there's really nothing to do. And it's not about a search or a non-search. It's just you are that being itself. There is just nothing to do. You've always been that being, but we've bought into this illusion that we need to search for it. We need to try and find who we truly are when it's just right there. But we don't have the know-how to abide as that. Now that's where these Nididhyasana texts step in, and they act as a medicine for the ills of our perception of duality and identity itself. And so they cleanse your identity and your perception of duality to abide in that non-dual awareness. The heart of awareness, as Thomas Byram's translation of the Ashtavakra Gita is called, the heart of awareness. So you abide in that. And so then you cling to nothing and you become pristinely still, like a pristine lake. And you can see right into the nature of your own existence. And that's all there is. That's all there is to do. The problem is that when we understand we are that, the anxiety of the identity still has a bit of an influence over us, and so we get agitated and we think that there must be more to do. Surely there's more to life than this. And Ashtavakra is saying, no, there's not more to life than this. These two verses are telling you this is the nature of your existence and everything that there is. If we can't abide in that too regularly, then that's when the spiritual practices come in, obviously, to help you abide in that. Because, not all of us are great sages and we can just abide as the Atman all the time. And we might abide in that state temporarily, but then we realize that we flip-flop between this identity and the Atman. So that's when spiritual practices come in. But it is important that you focus on the medicine of the Nididhyasana text, particularly the Ashtavakra Gita. So once we begin to do that, once we begin to focus on these Nididhyasana texts, these are what continually cleanse our perception. And this is why it's important to read scripture. It really is. And this is the purest of scriptures, as Neem Karoli Baba stated. And so it's a continual process of maybe daily reading the Ashtavakra Gita, maybe in the morning, to center yourself on the true nature of your existence, which is Atman, which is identical with Brahman. Behind me is the holy mountain of ARUNACHALA. Now, ARUNACHALA is one of the holiest mountains within India, if not the holiest. And some people refer to it as the Kailash of the south. And it is considered the manifestation of Shiva itself, which we will talk about in a little bit. But this mountain contains a lot of power. There's an intense energy around the mountain that draws a lot of people to its presence. And I've been coming here for over a decade, and it's one of the greatest places for sadhana, for dedicated, disciplined, lengthy spiritual practice. And I've been here many times for that specific reason. And I've wrote many books here. And it's one of my favorite places in the world. And it was a place that even drew the great Sri Ramana Maharshi to this mountain. And after Bhagavan's self-realization at 16 years of age, he was drawn to the mountain, and he never left the mountain ever again. It is believed that he never walked further than 3 kilometers from its base. And so Ramana basically lived on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain for his entire life after his self-realization. After a certain amount of time, an ashram was built around him, and it's one of the greatest ashrams in the world, in my opinion. And so it is a place that has been drawing yogis and sadhus for thousands of years. There's a lot of stories about yogis and sadhus who had come from the small town of Mahabalipuram on the coast, And in the summertime, they would come to ARUNACHALA and meditate in many caves on the mountain. And some of those caves I've meditated in personally myself, which contains a lot of great energy. And so since Ramana's time, people have been coming to ARUNACHALA unknowingly because they come for Ramana, but they are embraced by the presence of this majestic mountain. And for those of you who don't know where ARUNACHALA is, it's in the small South Indian town of Tiruvannamalai, one of my favorite places in the world, which is in Tamil Nadu. And the Tamil people are absolutely wonderful people. Some of the most grounded people that you'll ever meet, and sincere Shivas. Now, a Shiva is a worshipper of Shiva, of the one consciousness. Shiva is the ultimate reality, a representation of Brahman, the ultimate reality of existence. And so a lot of people who aren't from India are very skeptical about the power of this mountain. But I can guarantee you, once you come to Tiruvannamalai, you will feel the presence of ARUNACHALA. And ironically, a lot of people in India actually don't know about this great mountain. And it's only recently that a lot of people from Andhra Pradesh have been coming to ARUNACHALA to circumambulate the mountain, because every full moon people circumambulate ARUNACHALA, because it is believed since ancient time that when we walk around the mountain and we keep our gaze on the mountain and we keep Shiva's name in our mind, or we recite it and we walk it in meditation, then this will dissolve our vasanas, our latent tendencies and habitual ways, which then will get rid of a lot of our present life karma, past life karma, and eventually future karma. And so a lot of people now within India are coming to the mountain, thankfully. And foreigners have been coming here for a long time because of Ramana Maharshi. And it is quite an experience to walk around the mountain, I can say that personally. Now you're probably asking, what is the story behind this mountain? Well, the story goes like this. Brahma, the creative principle of the world, or creator God if you will, and Vishnu, the sustainer or preserver of the world, or the principle or God of the world, were in conflict and were fighting for primacy in the divine hierarchy to see who was greater, right? And so in the story, they were fighting for that. They wanted to see who was more superior, either the creative principle or the preserver or sustaining principle of Vishnu. And so you have this battle between Brahma and Vishnu. And then to teach them a lesson, Shiva himself came into the story and took the form of a Tejo Lingam. Now, a Tejo Lingam is a column of fire or light, and this column of fire or light had no beginning or end, which is a representation of Shiva itself when you understand the Shiva tradition, right? Because Brahman, the ultimate reality, which Shiva is a representation of, is the one consciousness which is not bound. It's eternal. It has no boundaries, no limitations. And so this Tejo Lingam has no top or bottom because it's beginningless, endless. And in the story, Shiva said to both Brahma and Vishnu, he said that whoever finds either the top or the bottom will be the supreme ultimate reality of existence. And so Vishnu took the form of a boar, and Vishnu began to dig into the earth to find the bottom of the Tejo Lingam, of this column of light, or fire, if you will. And Brahma took the form of a swan to fly to the top of the Tejo Lingam, of the column of light. And so they both went, off they went. And they were going for ages, right? Like trying to find the top, trying to find the bottom. And then they both sort of sensed that this lingam is beginningless and endless. Like they've been traveling for so long, and I can't find the end of this thing. And so they both traveled back to where the Tejo Lingam stood steady, and then they both surrendered and prayed to where the Tejo Lingam was steady. And so then Shiva revealed himself to be the Tejo Lingam, and so they both surrendered and prayed to Shiva to pardon them for their ignorance, for their stupidity of thinking that Shiva's ultimate nature could have any sort of boundary, because Shiva has no limitations. As I said, it's beginningless and endless. And so seeing both of them bent before him, Shiva cooled down and took the form of the holy mountain of ARUNACHALA. And so this became a place for Brahma and Vishnu to worship. And so this becomes a place for rituals and meditation to happen. And so for ritualistic purpose, Shiva became the Swayambhu Lingam, which means self-born. And this is enshrined in the ARUNACHALA Shivaya temple, the main temple in town, in the Sanctum Sanctorium, in the heart of the temple. And the ARUNACHALA Shivaya temple has a great energy when you are inside the temple and you go into the Sanctum Sanctorium. It's an immense energy when you go in and you are near this lingam. And so that's the story behind ARUNACHALA itself and also the ARUNACHALA Shivaya temple. And you're probably asking what ARUNACHALA means. So Aruna means red, bright like fire. And so every Kartikai Deepam, which falls between mid-November and mid-December, on top of ARUNACHALA, they actually light a fire. And it's a very auspicious day. I've been here for a few Kartikai Deepams. And again, this relates to one of the core tenets in Shaivism, which is the complete dissolution of the ego, which I'll get into a minute in relation to ARUNACHALA being a representation of the Atman, the undifferentiated consciousness. But Aruna is not some sort of ordinary fire. It's actually the Jnana Agni, which means the fire of knowledge or the fire of wisdom. And this is the knowledge or wisdom that Atman is Brahman. So we are identical with Shiva itself. There is no separation between us and the ultimate reality. And so the other part of ARUNACHALA, Achala, means hill of wisdom, the hill that is a living embodiment of Brahman, of Shiva, of Atman, which is within all of us. It's a representation of that, and Hindus believe it's an actual manifestation, representation of that. It's the ultimate lingam. It's not just a Shiva lingam you find in a temple, it's a natural lingam. So ARUNACHALA is the physical embodiment of the Atman. And even deeper than that, it's the physical embodiment of Sat, of existence itself, which is identical with Nirguna Brahman, which is Brahman without qualities. That's the ultimate nature of reality. Saguna Brahman is Brahman with qualities, the world that we live in. It's the world of Shakti, where we are a manifestation of the personal God, but Nirguna Brahman is the impersonal ultimate reality. And so Saguna is that personal Shakti power of the manifest world. And so it's what we can see, what we can feel. It is with qualities. But Nirguna is the ultimate substratum of existence. And that's what ARUNACHALA is a physical embodiment of. That's why Ramana said it's the spiritual heart of the world, because it is the physical representation of Atman, which is Brahman, which is within all of us. And that's why when we come here, there's a energy that one feels. And in some sense, a lot of people believe we are drawn here by its magnetism. But it's a secret place in the world that is only for those who are ready for that deeper realization. And it's interesting because when a lot of sadhus come to this mountain, they surrender their entire life to ARUNACHALA. And they live on the famous Pradakshina road, or Giri Vilam in Tamil, which goes around ARUNACHALA, which you circumambulate on a full moon Deepam. And they've surrendered their whole life to ARUNACHALA. They've given everything away, just as Ramana did when he came here. When Ramana came here, he threw all of his clothes and his money into the Tirtham in ARUNACHALA Shivaya temple. A Tirtham is sort of a sacred bath. So he threw all of his clothes and his money in there, and he just resided in the ARUNACHALA Shivaya temple. He put a loincloth on, and that's it. That was the end of days for Venkataraman Iyer, which was his name of birth. And he eventually was named Ramana Maharshi by another Swami. And so ARUNACHALA is, as I said, that physical embodiment of the Atman. And they say to have contact with the mountain is to be in satsang with the mountain, or to be in satsang with Shiva itself. And so that's what a lot of people do here in Tiruvannamalai. They come here and they just look at the mountain. I do this a lot. Just calmly just observe the mountain, and it really does feel in some sense like you are getting darshan, you are getting some sort of blessing from the mountain. I know that may sound new agey, but a lot of people do come here and feel this sort of blessing that they get, not just from going to Ramana Ashram, but just from being around the mountain. And the place contains a lot of sattvic energy, because a lot of people are focused on a deeper exploration of the ultimate reality, as opposed to being caught up in their mind. They're allowing their mind to be absorbed into the Atman, where all of the content of your mind begins to disappear. And so if you're interested in coming here and you're interested in emulating the life of Ramana Maharshi, or the millions of yogis and sadhus who have came before him, who have been coming to this mountain for thousands of years, then Ramana said that when we circumambulate the mountain, we need to do it in muna, in silence, in jhana, in meditation, and we also need to practice japa. We need to recite the name of Shiva as we walk around. So we need to have those three things when we practice pradakshina, when we go around the mountain. And so I see people a lot when they walk around the mountain, they are really sincere about that, and they are actually practicing those three tenets of muna, of jhana, and japa. And one last element that Ramana recommended was we should always gaze at the mountain when we're walking around the mountain. And so that's basically the crux of what the holy mountain of Arunachala is. The story, how it has drawn people here for years, and also how we should practice pradakshina when we come here. Now, as I said, it is entirely up to you to see if what I'm saying is actually true. Is there actually a sort of a presence here that is different to other places in the world? Now, I can only say from my own personal experience, as I've already mentioned, but I highly recommend anyone to come here, because it's one of the greatest places for sadhana anyway, even if you don't believe in the whole story that this is a physical representation of Shiva, or it's some sort of energy point in the world that has a magnetism that draws people here. But I would say reserve your judgment and come here for yourself. And don't just come for a couple of weeks, come for a couple of months and dive deeply into sadhana. Visit Ramana ashram every day. Visit some of the other great ashrams, like Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. He's one of the great sages of modern times. And just embrace yourself along Pradakshina Road with all the sadhus and yogis that have surrendered to the mountain. And just embrace the whole place. Embrace the whole place. Surrender to the place and see how that will transform your life. And see if the same person who came to practice sadhana at the holy mountain of Arunachala is the same person who leaves the holy mountain of Arunachala. Serving others can be hard at the best of times for a lot of people, particularly people that we feel are at odds with our own way of thinking. So we have trouble serving people purely without having some sort of agenda of who we serve, who and what we serve. And so we'll see people in certain groups that serve just that particular group, or you might want to serve only this particular part of the world. But we have a problem serving others around us, or just serving someone we don't know in general, right? So one of the core aspects on the spiritual path is seva, is service. Now, within Vedanta, they take this a step further, where we have this idea in Vedanta of serving all jivas as Shiva. Now, Swami Vivekananda was a big proponent of this teaching about serving jiva as Shiva. Now, jiva, for those who don't know, is the persona system, the ego state of consciousness that we accumulate through our life that becomes who we are, in air quotes, as a person, but it's not who we truly are deep down, which is Atman, the undifferentiated consciousness, which is identical with Brahman, which is the ultimate reality. And we are all the Atman, which is Brahman. We are all that one consciousness from the Vedantic perspective. And so once we dive deeper into that understanding, then it's far easier to serve other jivas as Shiva. Now, that's part of the spiritual training of the meditative practices of Advaita Vedanta particularly, and also within Mahayana Buddhism, where we have the concept of the Bodhisattva. So the Bodhisattva comes back life after life until every individual is enlightened. And so these are two similar ideas, and a lot of people will find it ironic that Advaita Vedanta and Mahayana Buddhism have a very close kinship in their evolution within India. And so they both sort of have this teaching of serving others to attain the highest. Now, within Vedanta, it's not about essentially serving others at the soup kitchen, but it's in the sense of serving others with knowledge and wisdom. Now, Swami Vivekananda would say there's nothing wrong with going to the soup kitchen. Obviously, you are still serving jivas. You are still performing seva, which is a wonderful thing. But the highest service is serving others with the highest knowledge. This is what satsang is in Sanskrit. Satsang is to sit near a teacher or to sit close to the knowledge. And that's the essence of the Upanishads, is to sit near the knowledge, to sit near a teacher. And so that's how we can, in its purest form, serve other jivas. That doesn't mean we become a Bible basher and we go around the world knocking on doors and this and that. It means that when there's an opportunity that arises, feel free. But if no opportunity arises, you do not want to impose your will on others. In that sense, serving them to what their needs are in that point in time is a beautiful thing, because you understand deep down that they are Shiva. That jiva is Shiva. No matter how crazy you think that person is, they are still Shiva deep down. You can think of the most grotesque person all throughout history. Have you got that person in your mind? They are the pure awareness of reality. They are Shiva itself. They are one with you. Hard to imagine, isn't it? Hard to imagine. But what's different between you and them is the way that their jiva developed. Even the most, as I said, the most grotesque person you can think of, think about them when they were an infant child. They would not have been angry and evil in air quotes, so to speak. They were just an infant child like you were. But the process of life and how they were conditioned was what differs between them and you. But deep down in their essence, they were still that infant child. They still are one with the ultimate reality of Brahman. And so in saying that, can we serve other people that we find grotesque, other people we disagree with? Can we serve them in a way that helps their own growth without imposing your own will? And that is easier said than done, but that is the path for all of us, is about how to serve jiva as Shiva, because that's what jiva is. Jiva ultimately is Shiva. Jiva, that persona system, that ego that you believe you are, is just a layer that eclipses your true nature, that is Atman, that is identical with Brahman. And so that's all that differs between you and that ultimate reality, is this program, this conditioning that we've embodied from the society and culture we are brought up in, from our families, from our schools, etc. That's the jiva. That's who we think we are, but we are not. And so when you understand that every other jiva is actually Shiva, then a great sense of compassion arises. Because no matter how ridiculous that person may appear to you, you know deep down that they are Shiva. It's like that time when Alan Watts was sitting with the Guru, and this individual came down the street doing all of these things. And Alan kind of smirked and laughed, and then the Guru looked at him and said, "Shiva's coming on funny today, isn't it?" And the point there is that even that mad individual was Shiva himself. And so that's the height of the practice that we need to get to. Can we have that ultimate compassion to see that even the most grotesque person you can think of is Shiva themselves? And so understanding that they are Shiva, you have great compassion for them. You have no animosity, no hatred. You may disagree with their actions and with who they've become as a human being. But you have great compassion because deep down you know that they are Shiva themselves. And so that is a practice that if all of us truly embodied, you imagine how different the world would be if a lot of us understood that deep down we are all Shiva. And so that's my challenge to all of you. Instead of getting into an argument in the comment section or disagreeing with me in the comment section, let's just see everyone as Shiva. And in your daily life, when you're going to work, when you're on the bus, when you're on the train, when you're going for a walk, seeing it all as Shiva. There's actually a practice in Advaita Vedanta where there is a mantra that you say to yourself. All is Brahman and I am that. All is Brahman and I am that. And so this is a training in the mind. When you're walking around and you're looking at other beings, you're looking at moving objects, it's all Brahman. And what this does is not make you a crazy person, but it makes you get out of your subjective viewpoint of reality. It's our subjective viewpoint of reality that causes all the trouble in the world, because we believe our subjective viewpoint is more accurate than someone else's subjective viewpoint. And then subjective viewpoints clash, and then we have conflict in the world. So remember, all is Brahman, and you are that. So today in Bhagavan's teachings and what we're going to explore, first of all, I'll read a verse, 7 verses actually, from the Ishvara Gita. I don't know who of you have read this. Leave a comment if you've read the Ishvara Gita. This is actually a beautiful translation by Andrew Nicholson. I mean, his introduction in this one is absolutely amazing. So I'll read a few verses from that, and then I'll read just a couple of verses from the Parayana. These are the poetic works of Ramana Maharshi. And so basically, I'll read just one, actually 2 brief verses about his love for Arunachala, and also the type of attitude we need to understand this deep knowledge, right? A lot of people will talk about what sort of attitude do we need. And as you guys probably know from listening and watching my channel a lot, you know exactly what attitude we need. And it's also in Buddhism and Taoism, that type of mentality as well. And then we'll get into the heart of Ramana's teachings. This is Be As You Are. This is edited by David Godman, and it's actually a wonderful book. So, as I said, Lord Shiva's song, Ishvara Gita, this is just to give you an idea of what the unmanifest Brahman is, right? So this is a Shiva text. This is a Shiva text, so Shiva as a representation of Brahman. So this is an important text actually in South India as well. And we find this in the Puranas, so this in the Skanda Purana. So let me read just 7 brief verses to give you an understanding. So Lord Shiva said, "From the unmanifest came time, primeval matter, and the supreme spirit. The whole world was born from these 3, so the world consists of Brahman. It dwells in the world, enveloping everything, hands and feet everywhere, eyes, head, face, and ears everywhere. It appears to possess all qualities and all senses, yet is free of them all. Supporting all things, it is eternal bliss, the unmanifest, free from duality. Without any object of comparison, its range is beyond the means of knowledge. The abode of all things, supreme immortality, beyond mental construction or semblance, undivided yet appearing as divided. It is eternal, fixed and unchanging. It is without qualities, the highest space. This is the knowledge the wise understand. It is the self of all beings. It is the external, the internal, the supreme. It is I, all-pervading and calm, the highest Lord whose essence is knowledge. I, whose form is unmanifest, pervade this entire world. All beings dwell in me. He who knows this knows the Vedas." Now that last line will come into play as we go further and further along here, so you'll understand that a little bit more. But I wanted to mention that to you so that you guys get an understanding of the Nirguna Brahman aspect, right? Nirguna Brahman here, meaning Brahman without quality. So Saguna Brahman is Brahman with qualities, right? So this manifest world we live in. So in the Ishvara Gita, there's a focus on the unmanifest Brahman. And now I want to read to you, as I said, the Parayana, the poetic works of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Parayana is actually what they chant at Ramana Ashram. So you got to remember that this poetic works here, like a lot of people say, oh, Ramana, he didn't do anything. He just sat around. Well, he translated all of these into Tamil, and then they've been translated into English. And these are some of the greatest texts that you'll ever find in here. And he actually extracts a lot of the important verses of a lot of longer texts that are very laborsome. Like I've read many texts, right? And it can be very laborsome to read, say, the entire Yoga Vashishta. But then when you see Bhagavan, he extracts the important verses of the Yoga Vasishtha, and he puts it in here, right? And so in this one, we're going to look at, first of all, his love of Arunachala, right? This is the necklet of the 9 gems. And so I'm just going to read you 2 verses from this, right? And gives you an idea of his love for Arunachala and also what Arunachala symbolizes. Like, that's why I intentionally read those first 7 chapters of the Ishvara Gita. Now, Shaivas in the north would say, this relates to the Ganga as well. And look, yes, each to their own, right? So you have the northern Shaivas, the southern Shaivas, and like the northern Shaivas would say Kailash is the physical manifestation of Shiva, and the southern Shaivas in Tamil Nadu would say that Arunachala is like the Kailash of the south. So anyway, these first 2 verses of the necklet of the 9 gems. Although Shiva is motionless by nature, he dances before the mother Shakti, who stands still in the court of Chidambaram. But know that in Arunachala, he stands in his tower grandeur, and she withdraws there into his unmoving self. When one inquires into the meaning of Arunachala, which is lustrous like red gold and bestows liberation, one finds that the word Aruna means Sat Chit Ananda, the identity of the individual self and the supreme self, according to the Mahavakya, that thou art. And that the word Achala means perfection. And so what Ramana translated here is Arunachala basically means the identity of the Atman, the individual self, with the Brahman, the supreme self, according to the Mahavakya, Tatvamasi, that thou art. And that Chala means the perfection. So the perfection of the Atman. And so in India, you actually see, in the south, you actually see the southern Shaivas who have the tradition of the Shaiva Siddhanta, right? And so you got the Shaiva Siddhanta, and in that tradition, the Siddhas are the ones who have the perfected consciousness. And so this is a common theme that you'll see in a lot of, especially Tamil Nadu philosophy and spiritual traditions. And so in the first part, it's really interesting, right? Shiva, the motionless by nature, he dances before the Shakti, before Mother Shakti, right? Shakti, again, is the Saguna Brahman level Shakti. The power of Shakti is this world that we live in, right? And so there's 2 different ways to look at this, because if we look at it strictly from an Advaita Vedanta perspective, the reality itself is purely Maya, is illusion, right? And then if you look at it from an integral Advaita perspective, the world is Shakti. And so that means that Brahman is immanent within all reality, but at the same time transcends it. And so there's a lot of other integral Advaita traditions, such as Taoism, such as Vajrayana Buddhism, that speak about this. Look, in some sense, Shankara is actually, when you read the Mandukya Upanishad Kataka, for example, he is hinting at, through the measurement of Maya, that there is this integral oneness, so to speak. And if you look at the teachings of Swami Vivekananda, and there are some correlations there with Shankara, in both of the Advaita and the integral oneness approach. But Swami Vivekananda would say that he's more of an integral Advaitin because of Sri Ramana Krishna followed what we would call Vijnana Vedanta, which is, again, an integral Advaita. And Shankara would say that he is strictly a non-dualist, but when you read the text, you actually see that there's a little bit either or. There's a flip-flop between both. So it's not a strict departure in philosophy, actually. Anyway, the second part I want to read was the attitude we need in understanding these teachings, even everything that I speak about on the channel, right? This is the type of attitude we need as sincere spiritual aspirants to understand this knowledge. I see a lot of people in the comment section arguing about this and that, and a lot of semantics a lot of the time. And look, this is a minority in the comment section too. Most of you are brilliant, obviously, and understand this knowledge and really live by it and are enthusiastic about it. But there is a small portion that get into this analytical game of trying to split the atom without seeing intuitively. And when you understand Eastern spirituality and philosophy, it's more of an intuitive response to understanding these. You can think about them analytically, but there has to be something within you that understands it. A lot of esoteric teachers would say that was like what the divine organ is. Sometimes it's developed more in some individuals rather than others. And look, we'll speak about that in a second, because in the first part of Ramana's teachings in Be As You Are, there's a discussion with David Godman about 3 types of spiritual aspirants, which I'll mention in a second. And so these 5 verses I'm about to read to you is from the Divai Colotterum. So, and this is Ramana's translation. And so, again, this is a spirit we need to come to understand this great knowledge. Maintain a neutral attitude towards all things. Do not be infatuated with anything. Maintain equanimity, whether happy or suffering. Be the same to friends and enemies. Treat alike a shard of clay pot and a piece of gold. A yogi should not be swayed by desires or yield to gratifying the senses, and should be free from the delusion of regarding things as mine. He should revel in the self alone, free from fear and desire. Equanimity must always be maintained, whether one is praised or slandered. Equal conduct must be observed towards all creatures, and there should be no discrimination between the self and the non-self. Worldly associations and quarrels should be avoided. Not even spiritual disputations should be indulged in, whether good or bad. Jealousy, slander, pomp, passion, envy, love, anger, fear, and misery should all disappear gradually and entirely. If a man is free from all the pairs of opposites and always lives in solitude established in himself alone, he gains perfect wisdom even while in the present body, and shines forth with great effulgence. I love these 5 verses from the Divai Colotterum, which is in the Parayana, translated by Bhagavan himself. And I think that that's probably one of the core things, right, is keeping that neutral attitude towards life and understanding that right and wrong, good and bad, in most cases are from our own subjective viewpoint, from our own conditioning. We're not talking about how we act instinctively here, like towards certain things, like Mencius, in the Mencius story, when he tries to illustrate that we're fundamentally good and that the child is about to fall into the well, and he asks his student actually, like, what is the feeling you have to the child? And obviously we all have this pull that we need to make sure that that child doesn't fall into the well. And so Bhagavan's not really talking about that sort of intuitive goodness that we have actually, And again, Advaita Vedanta, Buddhism and Taoism all come, and look, Hinduism in its totality comes from the perspective that we're not beasts from birth. The idea of the beast from birth comes from other religions and other parts of the world. That's where you had sin and so forth and so on. And so that doesn't relate to the Eastern traditions at all, because the Eastern traditions come from the perspective that we are fundamentally good, but we become toxic and influenced by the environments that we find ourselves in. I wanted to read that to you to give you kind of the perspective of like what we were talking about before, right? So when I was mentioning actually the Ishvara Gita, the 7 verses, that to understand that sort of unmanifest Naguna Brahman, the Shiva without qualities, Brahman without qualities. We need to have that neutral attitude. We need to keep our mind completely open in some sense, not intentionally too. Like this is another focus in Vajrayana Buddhism, where we find the teachings of Dzogchen, where you have the mentality of maintaining total presence, which is Rigpa in Sanskrit, which when you hold that complete presence, you develop what is called the contemplative mind. So you see the pure emptiness of actually thoughts, and shunyata in that sense really means not emptiness, but empty cognizance. And so that's what a lot of people don't understand. It means empty cognizance. A lot of people, when they read Buddhism, they think, oh, emptiness, everything's empty. This is empty, the wall is empty, and so forth and so on. No, it means empty cognizance. So in Vajrayana Buddhism, you have what is known as Dhammadhatu, right? So Dhammadhatu is the fundamental origin of existence, that space consciousness that we could relate to Uchi in Taoism or Nirguna Brahman in Vedanta. And it's when we come into harmony with Rigpa, you become actually a reflection of Dhammadhatu, because you become a reflection of the space of consciousness, and things are just happening within the mind, right? And without any awareness, we often wander with the mind, or we wander with our beliefs, and we wander with this and that, which is an important part of all of these traditions. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into this, and the things I'm going to read about in Be As You Are, the teachings of Bhagavan, is, as I said first, the 3 types of spiritual aspirants. We're going to talk about the nature of self-realization, the aid of a guru, dealing with desires, is the world an illusion, And is the world created for happiness or misery? And so one of the things I'm first going to say to you guys before I get into that is that when people talk about Ramana Maharshi's teachings, a lot of people talk about self-inquiry, right? They talk about Atma Vicharya. And so when you've read the transcripts of Bhagavan, when you understand his teachings, he recommended Atma Vicharya, self-inquiry. So this is the who am I, right? But the real translation should be what am I? Because who implies a person. And so he recommended Atma Vicharya as a way to sort of till the soil in your mind to understand the Brahma Vidya. Because when people came to Bhagavan, they saw that he was an enlightened being and they were thinking like, how do I attain this? Like, again, I is in the way here, but we don't want to split the atom again. But how do I become a knower of Brahman? This is what the Brahma Vidya is, right? The knowledge of Brahman, or Brahma Jnana, if you want, the wisdom of Brahman. And so when they came to him and they could feel the power of his silence, they could feel the power when he would speak, or they could feel his presence in general. They always inquired, like, how do I get this? And like for Ramana, it was like, if you can't hear this music, right? Like, like for example, with classical music, some people hate classical music, but if you can hear classical music and you can understand it, then there's something there. And for Bhagavan, it was much like that. He could not explain this absorption that he has in Brahman, right? There's not really any words to do it. But what he could offer as a preliminary practice to try and abide in that was Atma Vicharya. Now, what's interesting in the modern day, I don't know how many of you guys actually watch other teachers and this and that, but there's a lot of Neo-Advaita teachers around, right? So a lot of Neo-Advaita teachers don't stick to tradition. They've never learned the Brahma Vidya. They've never even read the great texts, but they know who am I by Ramana, right? And so they run with this idea of who am I, and then their satsangs reflect this, where they're just constantly in the inquiry. It becomes a bit of a head case, right? And so then you find the devotees of these people sitting like, who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? It's on repeat, right? And so this is a big problem. This is actually not what Ramana wanted, obviously. He wanted us to obviously practice Atma Vicharya, self-inquiry, if we weren't at that stage of understanding that Atman is Brahman, right? And so a lot of these Neo-Advaita teachers stay in the inquiry, but they're not focused on the beyond, on the Brahma Vidya, on the Brahma Gyan. They're not focused on that. They're focused on just stay in the inquiry. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? And what happens is as I said, a lot of devotees just go crazy because it's not natural just to be sitting around all day going, who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Because what happens is the ego starts thinking about itself. It starts asking the question, who am I? Who am I? Who am I? And then it associates some sort of attainment with itself. And then you have people walking around saying that they're an enlightened being and so forth and so on. And no, that's not how it works, because no one can claim that they are enlightened. No one can claim that they're enlightened, because the one that claims it is the ego itself. If you've disappeared, if the jiva, the ego persona system, has evaporated and disappeared, all that is left is Brahman. And so, as I said, I want to first mention to you the three types of spiritual aspirants. And so this is from David Godman, actually. This is David Godman's words before we get into the Q&A, the transcript of the first part, the nature of self-realization. Sri Ramana occasionally indicated that there were three classes of spiritual aspirants. The most advanced realize the self, Atman, as soon as they are told about its nature. Those in the second class need to reflect on it for some time before self-awareness becomes firmly established. Those in the third category are less fortunate, since they usually need many years of intensive spiritual practice to achieve the goal of self-realization. Sri Ramana sometimes used a metaphor of combustion to describe the three levels. Gunpowder ignites with a single spark. Charcoal needs the application of heat for a short time, and wet coal needs to dry out and heat up over a long period of time before it will begin to burn. For the benefit of those in the top two categories, Sri Ramana taught that the self alone exists and that it can be directly and consciously experienced merely by ceasing to pay attention to the wrong ideas we have about ourselves. These wrong ideas he collectively called the not-self, since they are an imaginary accretion of wrong notions and misperceptions which effectively veil the true experience of the real self. The principal misperception is the idea that the self, Atman,
is limited to the body and the mind. As soon as one ceases to imagine that one is an individual person inhabiting a particular body, the whole superstructure of wrong ideas collapses and is replaced by a conscious and permanent awareness of the real self, the Atman. At this level of the teaching, there is no question of effort or practice. All that is required is an understanding that the self is not a goal to be attained. It is merely the awareness that prevails when all the limiting ideas about the not-self have been discarded. David sets this out because in this chapter, Ramana is asked about self-realization, because okay, so there's the first two ones, right? When he uses combustion, right? So we have the gunpowder ignites with a single spark. So I could say to you, you are that, you are Atman, and boom, you're already there. Tatvamasi. This makes sense to you completely. And then the second one, charcoal needs the application of heat for a short time, right? So there's a need for probably a little bit of sadhana, right? A little bit of practice, a little bit of study, a little bit of understanding. And then the third aspect, which many of us probably fall into, is the wet coal needs to dry out and heat up over a long period of time before it will begin to burn. Now, that's where one needs to dedicate a certain period of time for intense sadhana. So intense spiritual practice, probably isolation, good to be a recluse for a while and this and that, to try and eliminate a lot of the not self, as Ramana said, a lot of wrong thinking and a lot of subjective thinking about ourselves, right? So a lot of the problem with spirituality in the modern day is because individuality is constantly promoted all throughout the world, even though Eastern cultures aren't individualistic in their nature, but they are slowly becoming like that, is people ruminate on themselves. They start to think about themselves all the time. And this, unfortunately, is why Westerners have an urge to say that they're enlightened, because they come from an individualistic culture and they think they are the one that's going to be enlightened. It's the grace of Shiva. It truly is the grace of Shiva that touches your heart. Some people realize it straight away, like Bhagavan, or some people take many years. We could even look at Patanjali, right, as the founding father of yoga. When he had the 8 limbs of yoga, maybe this was Patanjali being in the third category. Now, again, like I said, these 3 categories are not like one is better than the other. It's just that we all have different circumstances in life. We all come from different upbringings. We all are blessed with certain different cards and privileges than other people. But that's not supposed to deter you from the path. You're not supposed to play the victim in all of this. I know that's in vogue these days, right? And I remember one teacher said to me when we were sitting around satsang, is that obviously the great blessing is for someone to be born into a yogi's family, right? And so not many of us can say that we were born into a yogi's family. But I'm sure that all of your parents were exactly where you needed to be, and they were loving people in and of themselves. I know my parents were, but my parents were pretty far removed from the spiritual sphere because they lived in a different time and they had different circumstances, right? So in response to these 3 spiritual aspirants, I'll read to you this little dialogue between Ramana and a devotee. So the devotee says to Ramana, how can I attain self-realization? This is a very generic, very practical inquiry. Ramana says, realization is nothing to be gained afresh. It is already there. All that is necessary is to get rid of the thought, I have not realized. Stillness or peace is realization. There is no moment when the self is not. So long as there is doubt or the feeling of non-realization, the attempt should be made to rid oneself of these thoughts. They are due to the identification of the self with the not self. When the not self disappears, the self alone remains. To make room, it is enough that objects be removed. Room is not brought in from elsewhere. And so the devotee follows up. Since realization is not possible without vasana kishaya, the destruction of mental tendencies, how am I to realize that state in which the tendencies are effectively destroyed? And Ramana says, you are in that state now. The devotee replies, does it mean that by holding on to the self, the vasanas, the mental tendencies, should be destroyed as and when they emerge? Ramana replies, they will themselves be destroyed if you remain as you are. The devotee asks, how shall I reach the self? Ramana says, there is no reaching the self. If self were to be reached, it would mean that the self is not here and now, and that is yet to be obtained. What is got afresh will also be lost.
So it will be impermanent. What is not permanent is not worth striving for. So I say the self is not reached. You are the self. You are already that. The fact is, you are ignorant of your blissful state. Ignorance supervenes and draws a veil over the pure self, which is blissful. Attempts are directed only to remove the veil of ignorance, which is merely wrong knowledge. The wrong knowledge is the false identification of the self with the body and the mind. This false identification must go, and then the self alone remains. Therefore, realization is for everyone. Realization makes no difference between the aspirants. This very doubt whether you can realize and the notion I have not realized are themselves the obstacles. Be free from these obstacles also. The devotee follows up. How long does it take to reach mukti, liberation? Mukti is not to be gained in the future. It is there forever, here and now. And so then the devotee follows up. I agree, but I do not experience it. Ramana says, the experience is here and now. One cannot deny one's own self. And then the devotee says, that means existence and not happiness. Ramana says, existence is the same as happiness, and happiness is the same as being. The word mukti is so provoking. Why should one seek it? One believes that there is bondage and therefore seeks liberation. But the fact is that there is no bondage, but only liberation. Why call it by a name and seek it? And then the devotee follows up, true, but we are ignorant. Ramana says, only remove ignorance. That is all there is to be done. All questions relating to mukti are inadmissible. Mukti means release from bondage, which implies the present existence of bondage. There is no bondage and therefore no mukti. And so that's something for us to think about, right? If we are already eternally that, we are the Atman, which is Brahman. We are that undifferentiated consciousness. But the persona system veils it, right? So we've got this veil and we can't see reality aright. We can't see it in its true place. But once we understand, as we get to the, let's say, the state of consciousness of a Jivan Mukta like Ramana, then you understand that there is no bondage and therefore no Mukti either, because Mukti is related to the persona system. I want release from bondage. So it's from something, right? But you're already that. And Ramana keeps reminding people, you're already that. You keep telling me this story about who you are, and the story is a fiction story. It's not a real story. And so Ramana is not saying that in the sense that you don't exist, that you don't have obligations, that you don't have social duty. He's saying it from the deepest perspective that if you don't know who you truly are at the depth, then it's difficult to function in this world because you'll always suffer because you'll be a victim of who you think you are, right? And so the devotee follows up, not exactly straight after, but with a similar question, right? Where it says, there must be something that I can do to reach this state, right? So again, the devotee is confused about this. Like Ramana keeps telling the devotee, look, this is who you are. Like we're fundamentally this. The obstacle is that we think it's somewhere to search for. We think it's a goal or a destination to get to. This is the crux of my book, Enlightenment Now, right? The idea that enlightenment is only ever present in this reality, but it's our time-bound ego that kind of gets in the way and kind of turns spiritual knowledge into something where we need to attain something or we need to have success, spiritual success or whatnot. And so Ramana follows up with that question. The conception that there is a goal and a path to it is wrong. We are the goal or peace always. To get rid of the notion that we are not peace is all that is required. And then the devotee says, all books say that the guidance of a guru is necessary. And Ramana has an interesting reply to this. A lot of people have a nervous reaction about the idea of a guru in the modern day, right? Because we have become an individualistic culture, deference is something that gets kind of put on the back burner. And so once deference gets put on the back burner, what's one of the main qualities that humans have that just gets destroyed? Humility. And so the answer here, Ramana says, the guru will say only what I'm saying now. He will not give you anything you have not already got. It is impossible for anyone to get what he has not got already. Even if he gets any such thing, it will go as it came. What comes will also go. What always is will alone remain.
The guru cannot give you anything new which you don't already have. Removal of the notion that we have not realized the self is all that is required. We are always the self, only we don't realize it. We go around and round in search of Atman, self, saying, where is Atman? Where is it? Till at last the dawn of Jnana Dristi. Now, Jnana Dristi means the vision of knowledge. Now here, the vision of knowledge is the knowledge of Brahman. So the dawn of Jnana Dristi is reached, and we say, this Atman, this is me. We should acquire that vision. When once that vision is reached, there will be no attachments, even if one mixes with the world and moves about in it. When once you put on shoes, your feet do not feel the pain of walking on any number of stones or thorns on the way. You walk about without fear or care, even if there are mountains on the way. In the same way, everything will be natural to those who have attained Jnana Dristi. What is there apart from one's own self? And then the devotee follows up. The natural state can be known only after all this worldly vision subsides. But how is it to subside? Again, asking how to reach it. How do I reach it? The penny hasn't dropped here, right? And this is one of the curiosities that Zhuangzi also has about humanity. Because when he talks about Xiao Yao Yu means free and easy wandering. It's a state of enlightenment, state of consciousness where one moves through the world, but it's not stuck to any aspect of it. Not even stuck to the idea of the spiritual concepts. And so it's like the Japanese word unsui. So unsui in Japanese, this spiritual term that we find in Zen Buddhism, means to drift like a cloud and flow like water. So that's what the enlightened mind is, right? Is to drift like a cloud and flow like water, where the mind is not stuck on anything. It's not stuck anywhere. It just, you move through life, and from Zhuangzi's perspective, you move effortlessly with the transformations of life. But you also know how to act immediately and appropriately to each and every situation, because you don't have all of this conditioning and belief system that makes you hesitant or makes you feel like you need to interfere with reality, right? When you have hesitancy or you feel like you need to interfere, it means the jiva is still at play. And so, as I said, the devotee is asking about how does it subside, this worldly stuff that we have going on in our head. And Bhagavan says, if the mind subsides, the whole world subsides. Mind is the cause of all this. If that subsides, the natural state presents itself. The self proclaims itself at all times as I. It is the self-luminous. It is here. All this is that. We are in that only. Being in it, why search for it? The ancients say, making the vision absorbed in jnana, one sees the world as Brahman. I love that exchange there, where it kind of began with Ramana's way of saying that, okay, the guru is essential sometimes, but at the same time, the guru won't teach you anything that you already don't know, because you're already the Atman. You already know you're that, but you believe that you're this person. And so in that sense, like the guru, if we translate, that means the dispeller of ignorance. Guru means the dispeller of ignorance. And so a teacher like that is supposed to dispel ignorance. And here, again, the ignorance of Brahman. And so that's the importance of a guru. Now, there are many things we could say about the modern guru culture in the 21st century, but we won't go there. So the next part is like dealing with desires, right? So a lot of people make a lot about desires in this day and age. And as you guys know, I've made plenty of videos on desires, not only from the perspective of the Ashtavakra Gita and the Avadhuta Gita. I've made videos from the Taoist perspective where Lao Tzu is explaining the desires of the belly and the desires of the mind. And I'll mention that after this exchange, because I think it's very poignant and sort of gives context to Ramana's reply to the devotee here. And so the devotee says to Ramana, what is the best way of dealing with desires and vasanas with a view to getting rid of them, satisfying them, or suppressing them? See, again, the inquiry is very practical. And there's nothing wrong with that per se, because these type of practical questions evoke a deeper response from Ramana. And so Ramana replies, if a desire can be got rid of by satisfying it, there will be no harm in satisfying such a desire. But desires generally are not eradicated by satisfaction. Trying to root them out that way is like trying to quench a fire by pouring inflammable spirits on it. At the same time, the proper remedy is not forcible suppression, since such suppression is bound to react sooner or later into a forceful surging up of desires with undesirable consequences. The proper way to get rid of a desire is to find out who gets the desire. What is its source? When this is found, the desire is rooted out and it will never again emerge or grow. Small desires, such as the desire to eat, drink, sleep, and attend to calls of nature, though these may also be classed among desires, you can safely satisfy. They will not implant vasanas in your mind, necessitating further birth. Those activities are necessary to carry on life and are not likely to develop or leave behind vasanas or tendencies. As a general rule, therefore, there is no harm in satisfying a desire where the satisfaction will not lead to further desires by creating vasanas in the mind. And so the aspirant follows up, in the practice of meditation, are there any signs in the realm of subjective experience which will indicate the aspirant's progress towards self-realization? Ramana says the degree of freedom from unwanted thoughts and the degree of concentration on a single thought are the measures to gauge the progress. So again, Ramana throws the sort of linear, practical ways that we see desires and this knowledge on its head. Because when we talk about desires here, Ramana makes a lot of good points. Because there's an interesting phenomenon where you see people in the modern day who probably aren't familiar with Vedic culture, who come maybe from the West or come from somewhere else, maybe South America or Africa and this and that. And then the people get introduced to non-dualism without any sort of understanding of the deeper tenets of the Brahma Vidya, the knowledge of Brahman, and the great texts, right? And so then you get this tendency of the non-dual police. And so you guys have probably experienced this online where you might just say something which is very innocent, maybe in the comment section, but then the non-dual police will come and, hey, this is what it means, and everybody knows. But that also relates a lot to desires, right? Because I've seen some of these non-dual police will say, like, if someone desires food, for example, so you might desire pizza. And look, I always mention pizza because I love pizza. Who doesn't like pizza, right? And so, you're still a victim of your desire. And it's like, no. Like it, again, sometimes this knowledge has to be in the right hands and you have to understand it from its proper context. And why I mentioned Lao Tzu before is because Lao Tzu, to give this context, had a philosophy of the desires of the eye and the desires of the belly. Now, the desires of the belly are obviously the natural desires, right? So you must sleep, you must eat, you must quench your thirst, maybe you want to have sex, natural things, right? Natural things that don't need to be overly analyzed. I am hungry, I eat. It's like Lin Chi's verse in the great Zen text where Lin Chi said, when hungry, eat, when tired, sleep. Like, it's not rocket science. Following the way of nature is not rocket science, but we try to, again, split the atom and we try and turn it into some sort of scientific endeavor without thinking intuitively about these teachings. Again, what Ramana would speak about and also what Zhuangzi would speak about. Zhuangzi is constantly talking about the intuitive experience. Whereas there's a story in the Zhuangzi where Zhuangzi sees the two fish dancing, right, in the water, and he's with his friend. And he's like, the fish are happy. You know what his friend said? His friend's a classic non-dual cop. His friend goes, how do you know they are happy? And Zhuangzi, being Zhuangzi, being humorous, how do you know I don't know they are happy? And so you have this constant debate, right? It's not a debate. The thing is that his friend has lost touch with the intuitive aspect of reality. You don't have to analyze whether the fish are happy. You can see that the fish are happy. You know when your dog is sprinting around the yard and chasing its tail, it's having a wonderful time. No one ever has walked up and said, that dog's having a terrible day. You don't need to do that. You know it. And so Zhuangzi is trying to reinforce, we know certain things about the world where we don't have to split the atom. And so when that comes to the desires of the belly, from Lao Tzu's perspective, we don't have to split the atom, right? We know when we're hungry, we know when we're thirsty. We know when we want to go for a walk, we want to experience the sun.
We want to get the hell away from these screens, So we don't need to be told that. We intuitively know when to do that. But to contrast the desires of the belly, as Lao Tzu says, is the desires of the eye. And these are the desires that they speak about in Eastern traditions and what Brahmana is speaking about, the devotee here. And these are the artificial desires built on whatever culture and society says is acceptable. So it's an external perspective, right? Hunger comes here. The urge for sex comes here. Everything comes from within here. Sure, there may be some suggestions from the outside, right? You might not like Burger King, but there's constant ad of Burger King, and then you feel like eating Burger King. Okay, we're talking again, we don't want to split the atom. But the artificial desires are those that come from the external world, from society and culture. And so think of Madison Avenue, right? Think of the advertising industry. Think about why someone is dressed up really strange and this and that. Why did they dress like that? Well, they were influenced by the desires of the eye, by those artificial desires. Unfortunately, in the modern world, majority of the world, I would say, is driven by the desires of the eye. Trying to have fame, have wealth, have success, all based on what they perceive of in their own mind. So they cook it up in their own mind. They have an idea of what wealthy is, of what fame is, and what success is. And then you could share that view with someone else, and someone else will have a different perspective. It's not like a universal type of idea. It's like when we look at morality, right? Morality itself is not universal. Different cultures and different belief systems have different perspectives of morality. And when we look at the non-dualist traditions are amoral because morality implies a this and that. It doesn't mean that you don't do good in the world. It just means, again, that you're driven by the desires of the belly, your fundamental goodness that you don't need to be told to be good. You know inherently that you are good, but it's the world around you that makes you, in some sense, act in a way that is out of accord with who you truly are. So that's desires done. Now we're getting into more of the non-personal aspects of Bhagavan's teachings, which are actually, well, we can say the higher teachings. So we've spoken about the nature of realization, the aid of a guru, dealing with desires. Now we're going to speak about, is the world an illusion? So the devotee asks Ramana, Sri Bhagavan often says that Maya, illusion, and reality are the same. How can that be? Now, again, Maya here, you remember the illusion of measurement. Now, look, guys, I know I speak about it all the time, but I have to reinforce that mentality because some people will think, it's the illusion, like, I can put my hand through a wall. And there's a lot of people that try to equate Eastern spirituality and philosophy with something like quantum physics. And in a lot of sense, they are very far apart. And we see a lot of that now also with simulation theory, where a lot of people will try to equate it with Eastern philosophy and spirituality. For whatever reason in the modern day, we have this tendency to try and make everything universal. So there's this real radical universalism. And, in a lot of sense, things are different. That's what diversity is. That's how we can understand from things. But the irony is in the modern world, we're trying to champion diversity by making things the same, which is paradoxical. So, as I said, Bhagavan often says that Maya and reality are the same. How can that be? And then Ramana actually says, Shankara was criticized for his views on Maya without being understood. He said that Brahman is real, the universe is unreal, and the universe is Brahman. Now, I've done many videos on this. And in Sanskrit, actually, this is Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya. Now, what Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya means is that all is Brahman, the world is an appearance. Now, you'll understand that a bit more as I go further on. And look, I've explained it ad nauseum with you guys on the channel. And I know a lot of you have probably understood it, but it's something we should always talk about because Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya is one of the core Sanskrit phrases that helps you understand, outside of the Mahavakyas, helps you understand the nature of the ultimate reality. So Ramana continues, Shankara did not stop at the second line. So the second line was the universe is unreal. And the third line obviously was, and the universe is Brahman. Ramana continues, because the third explains the other two, it signifies as real if perceived as the self, and unreal if perceived apart from the self. Hence, Maya and reality are one and the same. And so the devotee says, so the world is not really illusory? Ramana says, at the level of the spiritual seeker, You have got to say that the world is an illusion. So here he's addressing most of us as spiritual aspirants. So using the idea that the world is an illusion, Ramana understands that the world is not. He understands it's all Brahman. But using it as a tool to evoke a deeper understanding. So Ramana continues, there is no other way. So when a man forgets that he is Brahman, who is real, permanent, and omnipresent, and deludes himself into thinking that he is a body in the universe, which is filled with bodies that are transitory and labors under that delusion, you have got to remind him that the world is unreal and a delusion. Why? Because this vision, which has forgotten its own self, is dwelling in the external, material universe. It will not turn inwards into introspection unless you impress on him that all this external material universe is unreal. When once he realizes his own self, he will know that there is nothing other than his own self, and he will come to look upon the whole universe as Brahman. There is no universe without the self. So long as a man does not see the self, which is the origin of all, but looks only at the external world as real and permanent, you have to tell him that all this external universe is an illusion. You cannot help it. Take a paper. We see only the script, and nobody notices the paper on which the script is written. The paper is there whether the script on it is there or not. To those who look upon the script as real, you have to say that it is unreal and illusion, since it rests upon the paper. The wise man looks upon both the paper and the script as one. So also with Brahman and the universe. The devotee follows up. So the world is real when it is experienced as the self, the Atman, and unreal when it is seen as separate names and form. Ramana says, just as fire is obscured by smoke, the shining light of consciousness is obscured by the assemblage of names and forms, the world. When by compassionate divine grace the mind becomes clear, the nature of the world will be known to be not the illusory forms, but only the reality. Only those people whose minds are devoid of the evil power of Maya, having given up the knowledge of the world and being unattached to it, and having thereby attained the knowledge of the self-shining supreme reality, can correctly know the meaning of the statement, the world is real. If one's outlook has been transformed to the nature of real knowledge, the world of the five elements, beginning with ether, Akash, will be real, being the supreme reality, which is the nature of knowledge. The original state of the empty world, which is bewildering and crowded with many names and forms, is bliss, which is one, just as the egg yolk of the multicolored peacock is only one. Know this truth by abiding in the state of self. And then the devotee continues, I cannot say it is all clear to me. Is the world that is seen, felt, and sensed by us in so many ways something like a dream, an illusion? Ramana says, there is no alternative for you but to accept the world as unreal if you are seeking the truth and the truth alone. The devotee says, why so? Ramana says, for the simple reason that unless you give up the idea that the world is real, your mind will always be after it. If you take the appearance to be real, you will never know the real itself, although it is the real alone that exists. This point is illustrated by the analogy of the snake in the rope. You may be deceived into believing that a piece of rope is a snake. While you imagine that the rope is a snake, you cannot see the rope as a rope. The non-existent snake becomes real to you, while the real rope seems wholly non-existent as such. And so that's an important metaphor, right? The rope and the snake analogy. You guys know I often use this metaphor a lot. I mean, Ramana is using a bunch in what we're reading at the moment. Like he uses the text and the paper, right? So like we forget the paper, but we read the script. I mean, even then I'm reading the script, right? I'm reading the words on the paper, and you momentarily forget the paper, right? Because you're engrossed in the script. That's one of the things, right? Like we're so involved in this linguistic framework we have in our mind. So with this linguistic framework, we project that onto the world around us. And then we suffer accordingly if the world doesn't accord to the names and forms that we've ascribed them. And so that's one of the big problems. And on the spiritual path, it's about cleansing that linguistic framework. It doesn't mean you become a mute and you don't speak, obviously not. But it means you're not stuck or caught in the concepts and the names and even the forms that you've ascribed the world around you. You are free from that. And so then that you can have the mind of Zhuangzi, for example, Xiao Yao Yu, you can have the free and easy wandering mindset where you're not caught in this or that. Things can happen around you. Someone can say something to you and it will be like wind just blowing through you. And so if only we were taught about the rope and the snake when we were a child. And so that's why that phrase, Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya, is one of the most important phrases in all of world literature, because Brahman is real, the universe is unreal, and the universe is Brahman. It's a paradoxical statement, but it's taking you through the whole gamut of understanding reality. It's like the Zen verse of Tozan, where Tozan said, before enlightenment, the mountain was the mountain, the lake was the lake. I got confused. I searched for enlightenment. The mountain was a lake, the lake was the mountain. After enlightenment, the mountain was the mountain, the lake was the lake. In typical Zen paradoxical fashion, it's a similar sentiment as to Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya, because Tozan experienced reality as a certain way, and then he believed in a type of way of developing himself, a way of understanding the world, which flipped everything on its head. But then he realized that fundamental nature was already what it is before his enlightenment. It's, again, it's like the chopping wood and carrying water metaphor. And so the universe is unreal when we are looking at it from the perspective of name and form. When we're looking at it from the perspective of probably the last two spiritual aspirants that Bhagavan was talking about. And so ultimately, Brahman is real, right? So the universe can only be real if perceived as Brahman, if perceived in its one natural unity, actually. You often hear Krishnamurti talking about this when he talks about that the identity is limited, because the identity operates from a state of limits. So it dissects the world up into this and that according to its own limitation. And the role, according to Krishnamurti, which coincides with the Eastern spiritual traditions, is we need to have that real sense of wholeness, that real sense of unity. Not as lip service, not as you read it in a book, you wrote it down, but as an actual reality for yourself. You actually experience a real knowing in the core of your being that oneness is the true reality. And that's what Krishnamurti was talking about. But you can't understand that oneness is the true reality when you come and you operate from that limited identity. And so the last part in Ramana's teachings is the world created for happiness or misery. I'm pretty sure that you guys can answer this one. But Ramana's got a really great perspective on this. So the devotee goes right into this, right? Is the world created for happiness or misery? Ramana says, creation is neither good nor bad. It is as it is. It is the human mind which puts all sorts of constructions on it, seeing things from its own angle and interpreting them to suit its own interests. A woman is just a woman, but one mind calls her mother, another sister, and still another aunt, and so on. Men love women, hate snakes, and are indifferent to the grass and the stones by the roadside. These value judgments are the cause of all the misery in the world. Creation is like a peepal tree. Birds come to eat its fruit or take shelter under its branches. Men cool themselves in its shade, but some may hang themselves on it. Yet the tree continues to lead its quiet life, unconcerned with and unaware of all the uses it is put to. It is the human mind that creates its own difficulties and then cries for help. Is God so partial as to give peace to one person and sorrow to another? In creation, there is room for everything, but man refuses to see the good, the healthy, and the beautiful. Instead, he goes on whining like the hungry man who sits beside the tasty dish and who, instead of stretching out his hand to satisfy his hunger, goes on lamenting. Whose fault is it? God's
or man's? The devotee says, if God is all, why does the individual suffer for his actions? Are not the actions for which the individual is made to suffer prompted by him? Bhagavan says, he who thinks he is the doer is also the sufferer. The devotee replies, but the actions are prompted by God, and the individual is only his tool. Bhagavan replies, this logic is applied only when one suffers, but not when one rejoices. If the conviction prevails always, there will be no suffering either. The devotee replies, when will the suffering cease? Bhagavan says, not until individuality is lost. If both the good and bad actions are his, why should you think that the enjoyment and suffering are yours alone? He who does good or bad also enjoys pleasure or suffers pain. Leave it there and do not superimpose suffering on yourself. The devotee then replies, how can you say that suffering is non-existent? I see it everywhere. Ramana says, one's own reality, which shines within everyone as the heart, is itself the ocean of unalloyed bliss. Therefore, like the unreal blueness of the sky, misery does not exist in reality, but only in mere imagination. Since one's own reality, which is the sun of jnana that cannot be approached by the dark delusion of ignorance, itself shines as happiness. Misery is nothing but an illusion caused by the unreal sense of individuality. In truth, no one has ever experienced any such thing other than that unreal illusion. If one scrutinizes one's own self, which is bliss, there will be no misery at all in one's life. One suffers because the idea that the body, which is never oneself, is I. Suffering is all due to this delusion. The mental attitude needed to understand the deeper knowledge that we spoke about in the Divai is to get out of this understanding of right and wrong, good and bad. These are subjective perspectives that are based on our conditioning. Now, you will be dedicated to understanding that if you're dedicated to the spiritual path. A lot of people will make justifications or cop-outs to try and justify their own view of the world. They may be an activist, for example, so they try to justify their own subjective viewpoint. They're not made for the spiritual path. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. And so creation is neither good nor bad. Now, this is an Eastern spiritual and philosophical perspective across the board, because good and bad equate to a subjective viewpoint based on a culture or an individual's sense of morality. Now, we are fundamentally natural and we are fundamentally good, but we learn about a world that doesn't exist. And so I remember a teacher said to me a long time ago, and when I was younger, I didn't quite grasp it, when he said, the whole world is mind. And, you could think, oh, okay, the whole world is mind. Like, what are we talking about here? The subatomic reality, quantum physics? No, he purely meant that everything in the world is a manifestation of someone's idea of what the world should be. And we are existing in that. And so some things are good, Ryan. It's not to say that anything is not meant to be, but the way society and culture has developed, you can tell it's a manifestation of the mind. You can go to certain places in the world and you can tell it's a manifestation of the spirit. And so these texts, these dialogues, everything I'm talking to you about today is a manifestation of that unmanifest world. It's the unmanifest manifest. Whereas what goes on in the world, the artificial desires, like we were speaking about, are manifestations of the mind. And unfortunately, we all live in that world. And in some sense, we've always lived in that sort of world, but it's become more prevalent and it's expanded a lot due to the evolution of the species and the evolution of technology and the evolution of everything, right? So, and that's why if you look at reality in a sense that if you accept that we're in the Kali Yuga and you accept that majority of humanity have and or are in the process of turning their back on the true nature of reality because they're so invested in their own individualistic plight in life, then you'll understand that we are truly in the Kali Yuga, that these texts and what you and I are talking about today are exactly what was said when Vyas left the great knowledge behind, when he wrote the Puranas, when he wrote the Mahabharata, all of these great texts for the spiritual starved in the Kali Yuga. If we take that as a true story, it was very intuitive and perceptive of him.
And we are all living in the grace of great teachers such as him and Ramana as well, that have left all of this knowledge behind for us, and they're no longer with us. And we have all this great knowledge to discuss. And it just means the most to me anyway. And I know it probably means the most to a lot of you as well. And I know that a lot of people on my channel are dedicated to this knowledge and an understanding that possibly we're in the Kali Yuga, and maybe our role in the Kali Yuga is to keep this knowledge alive. Not in the sense that we are going to promote it or we're going to hit the streets and hand out pamphlets like a Jehovah's Witness, but keep it alive with the people who know, the Sangha. You know, I often like to call all of you the Shanti Sangha. And so the Shanti Sangha is always growing every day, but there's many Sanghas around the world that we're keeping this knowledge alive. The man who is pure of heart is bound to fulfill himself in whatever way he is taught. A worldly man seeks all his life, but is still bewildered. Detached from the senses, you are free. Attached, you are bound. When this is understood, you may live as you please. When this is understood, the man who is bright and busy and full of fine words falls silent. He does nothing. He is still. No wonder those who wish to enjoy the world shun this understanding. You are not your body. Your body is not you. You are not the doer. You are not the enjoyer. You are pure awareness, the witness of all things. You are without expectation, free. Wherever you go, be happy. Desire and aversion are of the mind. The mind is never yours. You are free of its turmoil. You are awareness itself, never changing. Wherever you go, be happy. For see the self in all beings, and all beings are in the self. Know you are free, free of I, free of mine. Be happy. In you the worlds arise like waves in the sea. It is true, you are awareness itself. So free yourself from the fever of the world. Have faith, my child, have faith. Do not be bewildered, for you are beyond all things, the heart of all knowing. You are the self, you are God. The body is confined by its natural properties. It comes, it lingers a while, it goes. But the self neither comes nor goes. So why grieve for the body? If the body lasted till the end of time, or vanished today, what would you win or lose? You are pure awareness. You are the endless sea, in whom all the worlds like waves naturally rise and fall. You have nothing to win, nothing to lose. Child, you are pure awareness, nothing less. You and the world are one. So who are you to think you can hold on to it or let it go? How could you? You are the clear space of awareness, pure and still, in whom there is no birth, no activity, no I. You are one and the same. You cannot change or die. You are in whatever you see, you alone. Just as bracelets and bangles and dancing anklets are all of the same gold. I am not this, I am he. Give up such distinctions. Know that everything is the self. Rid yourself of all purpose and be happy. The world only arises from ignorance. You alone are real. There is no one, not even God, separate from yourself. You are pure awareness. The world is an illusion, nothing more. When you understand this fully, desire falls away. You find peace. For indeed, there is nothing. In the ocean of being, there is only one.
There was and there will be only one. You are already fulfilled. How can you be bound or free? Wherever you go, be happy. Never upset your mind with yes and no. Be quiet. You are awareness itself. Live in the happiness of your own nature, which is happiness itself. What is the use of thinking? Once and for all, give up meditation. Hold nothing in your head. You are the self, and you are free.
What truly is the Shiva Lingam? I want to explain to you why the Shiva Lingam is the most complete and perfect symbol in the entire world. Now, there are so many superficial understandings and misinterpretations of what the Shiva Lingam actually is. But I want to explain to you the two deepest understandings of the Shiva Lingam from the two spiritual traditions that embody the symbol the most. First, Advaita Vedanta, and then also Kashmir Shaivism, which is known as the Trika system, or simply known as Trika Shaivism. Now, first, what is the imagery we are seeing with the Shiva Lingam from a purely superficial understanding? And a lot of people get caught in this superficial understanding without any deeper understanding of what the symbol is actually implying, right? And so first, when we look at the Shiva Lingam, it's composed of two parts. Now, first, the Lingam part at the top is in the shape of a phallus. Now, this is not in reference to male genitalia per se, but it will make more understanding of why that is shaped as a phallus as we go further into this lesson. Now, the base of the Shiva Lingam is known as the yoni. Now, the yoni is in the shape of the female genitalia, but just as with the phallus or the lingam, this is not in reference to the female genitalia per se, even though when we understand this at a deeper level, then you will understand why these are in the shape of the male genitalia and the female genitalia, because it represents something at a much greater level, deeper level, but it also represents something also to us on a personal level as well, but we're looking at it from the greater understanding, not from a superficial understanding, where a lot of people get caught in the superficial understanding of the Shiva Lingam being in the shape of a phallus and the female genitalia. Now, this is why actually some people call this symbol the Lingam Yoni, right? Because you got the Lingam, the male genitalia, and the Yoni, the female genitalia. So you have the Lingam Yoni. But like I said, you don't want to understand that from a superficial context, because this symbol, as I mentioned, is the most complete and perfect symbol in the entire world. It is the symbol that represents all and everything in the best way possible, right? So there are many symbols that try to convey the all and everything. Call it God, call it Brahman, Tao, if you will. But this symbol represents everything, and you'll understand that when I get into these two interpretations. Now, the first interpretation, as I said, is the tradition of Advaita Vedanta. The Shiva Lingam is very important in Advaita Vedanta. And the Shiva Lingam, not just in Advaita Vedanta, but also in Kashmir Shaivism, is a representation of Brahman in its totality, right? So we're talking about the ultimate reality of existence, the Brahman. Now, you at your core are the Atman, the undifferentiated consciousness, which is identical with Brahman, right? And so as the Atman, we are one with the totality of existence, and that is Brahman. So the Shiva Lingam represents the Brahman, right? But it represents it in two parts. Not just, we're not just talking about here simply the male and female genitalia, right? What we're talking about here is Nirguna Brahman and Saguna Brahman. Now, Nirguna Brahman means Brahman without qualities. So the ultimate undifferentiated consciousness of reality, the non-dual pure consciousness without any qualities. And Nir means not, right? So not with. Now, the second component is Saguna Brahman. Now, Saguna Brahman is Brahman with qualities. Sa means with, right? So it has qualities. And guna actually simply means qualities. And there are 3 fundamental gunas that make up our existence, which is rajas, tamas, and sattva, right? So these are the 3 gunas. And Brahman itself is made up of these 2 components, Nirguna Brahman and Saguna Brahman. It's not just simply Brahman alone without any sort of differentiation, and we'll get into why this is important. So when we look at the Lingam aspect of the Shiva Lingam, right, this represents the Nirguna aspect of Brahman. This is the unmanifest reality without qualities, right? Without qualities, beyond everything. It's beyond everything. This is the Nirguna aspect, is the Lingam, is the male genitalia aspect of the Shiva Lingam. So you could think of this aspect, the Nirguna aspect, in terms of a type of ultimate substratum. Some people will even use nothingness to try and relate to this. And it can also be related in some aspects to Uchi in Taoism, right? Uchi being the ultimate aspect of Tao, right? Tao of stillness. And so this can be related to that. And so the Nirguna aspect is beyond all qualities, and it is something supreme beyond intellectual comprehension, something beyond intellectual comprehension. Keep that in mind, right? This is the Nirguna aspect of Brahman. This is the phallus aspect, the Lingam aspect of the Shiva Lingam. And so the other aspect, the yoni, right, the female genitalia, is the Saguna aspect. So this is the manifest world. And this basically means Brahman with qualities. As I said, Brahman with qualities, which is the manifest world. And this means all of the matter and energy of the universe and the physical and psychological realities that we live in, or that we believe we live in. And so this is all of that. And so if we were to use a term from Samkhya and Yoga, this is the Prakriti aspect of reality. Prakriti being the nature of reality, right? And so this is the nature of the world. And so that means the manifest world of matter and energy. That's what Prakriti is. And this is what Saguna is, right? And so this is what the yoni represents. It represents that Saguna aspect of reality. And so you see here these 2 aspects of reality, right? So you've got Brahman in its totality, which is the Shiva Lingam, right? But then you've got the Nirguna aspect, the Lingam, and then you've got the Saguna aspect, which is the yoni. Both go together as one, mutually unified opposites, so to speak, right? But they are unified. And so this is a way of differentiating between the manifest and the unmanifest, but understanding it's all one thing. And so all in all, the ultimate understanding is to not comprehend one aspect of Brahman without the other. They both go together as one. This is what is important. One don't exist without the other. We have to think about it in a holistic way. But for sure, some schools would disagree with that to a certain extent, but this is the Advaita Vedanta perspective, for example. But one aspect of Advaita Vedanta might disagree a tiny bit, especially if we talk about maybe the Gaudapada schools of Advaita Vedanta, where they might say that the Brahman's ultimate nature is actually the Nirguna aspect, is the ultimate substratum. And that is true to a certain extent. And they might consider that the Saguna is actually an illusion and is related to Maya, the illusion of measurement, right? The illusion of the manifest world that we measure, and we forget that the totality is Brahman. And so that's probably what Gaudapada might say to us. But isn't Nirguna Brahman the ultimate? But this is to neglect the yoni aspect of the Shiva Lingam, right? The Saguna aspect of the Shiva Lingam. So the problem with that perspective, that Nirguna is the ultimate reality, that the Lingam itself without the yoni is the ultimate reality, is that the Nirguna Brahman aspect cannot know itself without the Saguna Brahman aspect. Because the Nirguna Brahman aspect would be inert without any dynamism or qualities. And so it could not know itself. And sure, we could say that the Nirguna aspect is the ultimate ground of being, but the ultimate wants to express itself through us so that we can eventually find it, right? And this reminds me of the ultimate game of hide and seek, as Alan Watts put it, right? So Brahman is playing hide and seek with itself. And it kind of reminds me of that analogy that he used. And that's kind of how these two go together, right? The Saguna aspect is there, the manifest world is there so that we can understand the Nirguna aspect, right? They both go together as one. You cannot have one without the other. That's the point of the symbol of the Shiva Lingam. And so that is why Brahman is only complete when we understand the Shiva Lingam as a whole and not as two separate realities, because both aspects are mutual unified opposites. The Lingam and the Yoni are mutual unified opposites. They are actually a whole. There actually is no separation, but there needs to be a distinction so we understand this symbol in its totality, and we understand that what is happening in the Saguna realm, in the Yoni realm, is not everything that is going on. The Lingam is impregnating life with Brahman itself, which will make sense as we get into the next interpretation, right? But that's the Advaita Vedanta interpretation. Now, the next interpretation is from Kashmir Shaivism, or Trikya Shaivism, right? And they look at this a little bit differently than Advaita Vedanta. They look at the Shiva Lingam a little bit differently, but not too differently, but just a little bit differently, and just a different understanding of what is going on here. Because, as I said, with the Advaita Vedanta system, is that sometimes a lot of the teachers in the tradition can think of the Saguna aspect as an illusion in and of itself, and not consider both aspects of the Shiva Lingam. But from the Kashmir Shaiva perspective, Nirguna Brahman would not be higher than Saguna Brahman, because, as I said in the Advaita Vedanta interpretation, that Nirguna Brahman is nothing without Saguna Brahman, and Saguna Brahman in turn is nothing without Nirguna Brahman. They both go together as one. And so when we look at it from this perspective of the Kashmiri Shaiva, when we look at the Yoni, what are we looking at when we look at the Yoni? Of course, we're looking at the Saguna realm, right? But they see Saguna as the Shakti, right? The Shakti of the world. Now, what do they mean by calling the Saguna realm Shakti? Well, what they are talking about is that the manifest world here, right, this manifest world that we exist in, is the energy of Shiva. It's not an illusion. It's the energy of the ultimate. Now, Shiva here being a representation of Brahman, right? When we look at Shaivism, Shiva is the ultimate representation of Brahman. Whereas when you look at Vaishnavism, Vishnu is the ultimate representation of Brahman. But we're looking at from a Shaiva perspective because we are looking at the Shiva Lingam. And so this manifest world that we live in is not an illusion per se, but is the energy of Shiva. We're still playing that game of hide and seek, right? Which we're still caught in this dualistic world, and we think we are this person and they are separate from us, but it's just Shiva playing hide and seek. And from the Kashmiri Shaiva perspective, it's trying to find Shiva in this manifest world, right? So, but this is the energy of Shiva, right? This is the power of the ultimate, what we exist in. And so from this perspective, the Yoni as Shakti is the motherly feminine energy of the universe, and the Lingam is moving its energy out from its center into manifestation, which leaves us with this reality that we have. This is the power of Shiva, remember? And so the Lingam is moving its energy into Shakti. And so the power of the divine is moving through the manifest world, right? Shiva is moving itself through Shakti. And this is why we have this reality that we have. This is the other side of the coin, as I used in the Advaita Vedanta perspective. You've got the Nirguna side of the coin, the Saguna side of the coin, right? And so in Kashmir Shaivism, we can contrast that with Shiva and Shakti, right? Shiva is impregnating Shakti, and then it's giving life to existence, right? And so we have then this manifest world. Shiva is the unmanifest reality, right? It's still, from the Kashmir perspective, Shiva is the Lingam, the Yoni is Shakti, right? And so together, this is the divine marriage, right? Shiva and Shakti, the divine marriage. This is a deeper level of the story of the divine marriage of Shiva and Parvati, right? And so you've got the Lingam, which is Shiva, you've got the Yoni, which is Shakti. And so you can see the similarities here with the Advaita Vedanta perspective and the Kashmir Shaivism perspective, right? And so this is the deeper reality, right? Shiva is moving through the world. It's moving through us and is us. And the game of life is to realize that we are it. We're not something separate from it, right? That's what Shakti facilitates. That's what this motherly, feminine, natural world is. It is here so we can understand the ultimate reality, which is Shiva, right? This, again, is that union of masculine and feminine. And the union of masculine and feminine is Shakti as the feminine and Shiva as the masculine. But in this sense, there is no separation, right? There is no separation. Like I said with Naguna and Saguna, you cannot know Shiva without Shakti. And in turn, Shiva is inert and unmanifest and cannot know itself without Shakti. And so Shakti cannot know itself without Shiva. And we can keep going on and on and on, right? But this is how it is. What appears as two is ultimately one. And this is the non-dual aspect. And those with the spiritual aptitude to understand that non-duality through the apparent duality go to that higher level of understanding. You don't just go, it's all Shiva. It's only all Shiva when you understand it through Shakti. And that is the nature of the Shiva Lingam. Now, this reminds me of the rituals that the Brahman priests perform, right? When they perform arti, right? They perform arti over the Shiva Lingam in the temples, especially in India. There's a secret to this ritual, right? And so when they perform arti, they pour milk, curd, honey, ghee, etc. over the Shiva Lingam. And what this represents is that we're pouring all of this curd and milk and ghee and honey over the Shiva Lingam, and it's coming out the yoni and pouring out into the world. Do you see this ritualistic metaphor here? It's Shiva pouring itself through the yoni into the world. That's part of the ritualistic metaphor of what the Brahman priests are performing when you see them perform arti over the Shiva Lingam. That's something for us to deeply contemplate when we see the Brahmins perform this ritual. Keep that in your mind. They're pouring the curd, the ghee, the honey, etc. over the lingam, and it's coming out the yoni and pouring into the world, right? Think about how we are brought into this world, right? So we are brought into this world through the yoni. We come in through the yoni. We come from the lingam, which then moves through the yoni, and then we exist in the manifest world. That's a microcosm of how the ultimate reality, Brahman, is here, right? How the Shakti came about. And so that's a macrocosmic understanding. But ourselves are a microcosm of that. We are a mirror of that ultimate Brahman, right? That ultimate Shiva. And so think about that. Think about that. That should be an epiphany for most. That's how we come into the world, exactly how the Brahman priests are performing this ritual over the Shiva Lingam. And so Shiva impregnates Shakti and moves through the world with life, right? And we are that life, and everywhere is that life. All of this manifest world is that life, and we are that. And that is the ultimate significance of the Shiva Lingam. And so please leave a comment below which interpretation means most to you, the Advaita Vedanta interpretation or the Kashmir Shiva interpretation. But I just find both interpretations beautiful as they are, and there is a lot of symmetry between them and a lot of relation between them. Shiva is all, everything, and also nothing. It is paradoxically within everything and beyond everything. Shiva is the ultimate substratum. Anything we can conceive of is Shiva, and everything beyond our intellect is also Shiva. Shiva is immanent in reality and also transcends reality. This divine revelation was innate in the great rishis of India and still lives on today through the people and tradition of Sanatana Dharma of Mother India, Bharat. I want to take you on a journey to different sacred places all over India to show you how Shiva continues to live in the heart of the people, just as it lives on eternally in the hearts of all people of earth and beyond.
About 4 or 5 times. Yeah. I go to Tiruvannamalai, Mamallapuram, Pondicherry. Yeah, Kanchipuram. Beautiful. Where do you like it in India? Where's your favorite place? You favorite? You. Where do you like to go? Kanchipuram, yeah. Quiet, yeah?
Yeah, quiet. Mamallapuram is quiet.
Quiet. Yeah, Mamallapuram, yeah. So we are outside the famous Kapileshvara temple. This is one of the most popular temples in Chennai, so we're going to go in and have a look, show you guys around, get some darshan, and yeah, here we go. So to give you guys some context, Kapileshvara temple is in the Mylapore district, and Mylapore actually is derived from the goddess Uma, who used to worship Shiva in the form of a peacock. This is a sacred bath outside the Kapileshvara temple, and for those who don't know, Kapileshvara means actually king of the ascetics, and in the story Kapileshvara has a skull as a bowl as his arms, and that derives from Kapala, and so that's the origin of the name Kapileshvara. Now, this temple is actually a beautiful temple. It can get quite busy, and obviously you're not allowed to film a lot in there because in India, a lot of the energy centers are still sacred, so you're not allowed to film in there. You're not allowed to film the deities because it's still sacred. And you know, I really love that about India. They still hold to their tradition, and it's not sold out for any sort of commodity. And for those who don't know, Ramakrishna was a guru from the late 1800s, and he was instrumental in bringing Vedanta to the consciousness of the world, but especially his disciple Swami Vivekananda. And a lot of this is due to Swami Vivekananda bringing a lot of this awareness of Vedanta, the great knowledge of India, to the world. Just across the road from the Vivekananda house is Marina Beach. Now, it's not much of a beach. Well, it's a big beach.
It's not like a beach that we think of.
No.
Swim in the beach.
Actually, in the afternoon, it's really beautiful to come down to the beach because a lot of the people come out and there's a lot of stalls and a lot of families come out. So, a great place to come in the afternoon, not so much at this time of the day. Thank you. We've never tried Chai Kings, so
It's good. Well earned. We walked around a lot.
never heard of a franchise for masala chai in India.
It's good.
We'll see. So try it, love. Give us a out of 10. What do you think?
Choppy.
We are in Kanchipuram, and as you can see, it's a wet day. A wet day here. What we'll do today is we'll take you around, see some of the temples, and show you just the daily life in Kanchipuram. As you can see, it's pretty hectic. There's a lot of bedlam for a small town, so we'll show you guys around. To be fair, it's a little quieter out of town from where we are staying. We are staying right in the heart of the chaos. So it's really nice actually out here. There's a nice pond there. There's a beautiful Shiva Lingam behind us. And there are a lot more actually ashrams and quiet little shrines to Shiva out this way. We're at the Kailasantha temple. It's really majestic, beautiful temple. And on first impressions, though it's probably the quietest temple in town thus far, we've kind of spent a day here exploring a little bit, but we haven't explored this place. It's the least busiest, and it seems as though it's not an active temple. Now what I mean by that is that there's no Brahmins here, And there doesn't seem like there's any pujas, no darshan going on here like in the other temples. It seems as though it's just not active and it's being preserved because of its age, I'm assuming. To give you guys an idea of the erosion at Kailashanta, have a look at Nandi the bull. She's definitely seen better days. And this one over here as well. As you can see, you can kind of make out it's Nandi, but completely worn out. And as you see up there, likewise with Shivaji and Parvati, a little bit on the worn out side, but that's the age of this place. There's just erosion everywhere, which actually makes it much more majestic than a lot of the other temples in town. And this Nandi's lost its beak, as you can see. If you guys understand the symbolism of Nandi and Shiva, you'd think that there's something wrong in this temple, because Nandi appears to be facing away from Shiva, where Nandi is always facing in towards Shiva. Nandi, representation of the mind, turned in on itself, turning into Shiva, the self, the Atman in Sanskrit, the undifferentiated consciousness. So, but here what you see is Nandi is facing away, but it's an illusion, because as you turn around this way, Shivaji's in here. So there's Shiva everywhere here. There's, God alone knows how many Shivas depicted in this temple. And there are loads of Nandis as well.
Artwork is better than what you see nowadays. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
thousands of years old, but they're curvy, even the hands, you see the details.
Yep. And it's still standing.
It's like something that's alive.
Where if we make concrete now, it'll be gone within 100 years. Unless we maintain it.
It's all hand carved.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
machine. After thousands of years,
Still intact.
still moving,
Yeah.
still alive.
All along here, you'll see, if you go into any of these nook and crannies, you'll see that there is a little chamber in each section for likely puja and or meditation, likely both. And you see this chamber all up and down every column here. It's quite amazing, and it goes to show the dedication back in the day when this was full of spiritual practitioners, and it was an active temple. As you can see now, it's not quite an active temple. It's more of a tourist attraction, and that's likely because of the state that the temple is in. So I can understand that, but also I'm sure that a lot of locals would like it to be an active functioning temple. If you go in some of these chambers, on the other side of the temple you'll find a bunch of actual frescoes in a pretty ordinary state because of their age. As you see there, a lot of that's chipped off, and so it goes to show how colourful everything was back in the day, which, you know, again goes to show the age of this place. So again, that fresco, from what I can see, it appears to be Shivaji in that one, which again aligns with most of the other temples within town. Look how good this is. Look at these frescoes here. You might not be able to see it, but it's a bit dark. But look how beautiful this is in here. Absolutely amazing. And what's even more mind-blowing is that we're just allowed to come in here and touch them and be around it. Like in some other countries, you'd probably be told, or it would be fenced off. You'd be told to get out and you'd be fenced off. But not in India. As you can see behind me, there's a lot of restoration going on here, for better or worse. Some of them look good and others have just fallen apart in the restoration process, which often happens when you're trying to restore something so old. So Dundee's hanging on by the skin of her teeth up there. You wouldn't want to stand under that. And there's another one over here just like that. Okay guys, I got a challenge for you. Look at this bowl. How long do you think that's going to take to carve out of that one rock? How long do you guys think you can do it? That's a challenge to you. No, actually don't do it. It'll take you forever. So the reason it's there, as you see here, there's this spout here. And that's from the inner sanctum. Obviously I can't film in there, not allowed to film inside. But when puja is done on the Shiva Lingam, then all of the ghee, the curd, the milk and the honey will go in here. And then, as you see, another little spout, little hole. And then it goes outside the temple. When you come here, you'll see this jigsaw puzzle of granite everywhere you go. There's a lot of granite used in the south of India for the temples, also a lot of sandstone obviously. And that's why when you go to a lot of the temples, it has a real cooling effect. You feel really cool when you go inside a lot of temples. It's really good for meditation actually. But as you see, in a lot of temples, you'll see a lot of granite floors. And you really got to give it to them back in the day. I mean, they didn't muck around. They didn't muck around with little flat terracotta tiles that you can break with your pinky. They went all the way. Something you can't dig up with a bloody bulldozer. On the outside columns, you'll see a lot of Shiva Lingams missing. This is actually a restoration. As you see, the lingam itself on top of the yoni is new. The yoni is as old as this chamber, but in some of them the lingam is missing, and even the yoni has disappeared as well. As you see in this chamber, you'll see the lingam is completely missing, and also the yoni is gone as well. This is quite fascinating. This is everything still intact. An old lingam, old yoni, and as you can see, age has got the better of it, but it's quite beautiful nevertheless. Very good.
She wants a piece of it too.
Sure, I'd love to.
I go.
So I was wrong about Kailashanta temple because I said it wasn't an active temple, but it actually is an active temple. It's just a lot smaller than the other temples here, and it's not as busy for whatever reason. It's one of the more beautiful temples, actually one of the more quiet ones outside of town. Angie, what temple are we at now?
We are at Ulagalanda Perumal Temple.
Ah.
This Tamil language is very difficult to pronounce.
It's a tongue twister, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful temple from the outside. It looks a little bit smaller, so let's go and have a look. would say architecturally, it's probably one of the less impressive temples in the area, but it's got quite a charm to it. It's rustic, very rustic, and sometimes that's a good thing actually. As you see, like in the walls behind me, the sandstone work, it's pretty basic. And even here, compared to the Kailasanta temple, it's pretty basic compared to that, but I love the rustic look actually. Now we are at the front of the Kamachi Amman temple. This one's one of the more famous ones in the area. As you can see behind me, it's one of the bigger ones as well. So let's go in and explore. As you can see, there's a lot of people lining up to get into the inner sanctum to get darshan. I don't know if I'll be lining up in that one. This is about one of the only sacred baths that have been taken care of in town. Pretty impressive, isn't it? Hey look, there's even like, they got carp in there. Not that you guys can see. There's just carp chilling. No. As you see, the centerpieces are underwater. It's probably more full than what it probably usually is. What did you think of that temple, love?
Oh, it's pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive.
Really well organized gardens and sitting areas. And that's why a lot of people come and hang out. Really
Yeah.
nice.
It's busy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty busy because it's nice temples. So.
Yeah. We actually got 2 blessing coins from a Brahman in there, Shivaji coins. So that was kind of a nice touch.
Oh, yeah.
That's India, isn't it?
Always looking after people.
Exactly. Now we are at the Kumarakotam temple, and this temple is a little different than the other temples in the area. As you can see here, instead of Nandi, they have the peacock. And just like at the Kapileshwara temple in Chennai, the peacock represents Shiva, and that's who Uma worships. She worships Shiva as the peacock. And it's interesting here, instead of Nandi looking in towards Shiva, we have the peacock, as you see at the front. So there's some different iconography here for sure. Beautiful. Again, you might think it's not as impressive as the other temples because you see just the stones laid out like this, but I really like this rugged style as well. Beautiful. As you can see, this sacred bath hasn't been used in a while, and they usually block them off in towns like this these days. People waiting for prasadam about that time, and in the South traditional, on the banana leaf, just how we had breakfast this morning. Another interesting thing in this temple is that inside the inner sanctum they actually worship Shankara, so you don't see that a lot in a lot of temples around here, but it's quite nice to see them paying respect to Shankaracharya. Shri Balaji, Shri Lakshmi, Shri Ganesha, Shri Saraswati, Shri Om Murugan.
Time is for an all the bad fun.
So I'm giving rose milk a try here in Kachipuram. I've tried rose faluda before, not a big fan of that one. So let's have a look here and try this one. It's actually a lot better. The rose faluda I've had, too flowery. This is quite good actually. So we're in Tiruvannamalai today, and today we're going to go to one of our favorite places in the world, Giri Pradakshina Road, or Giri Vilam in Tamil, and we'll take you guys for a walk along one of the main parts actually of Giri Vilam that Gayang and I enjoy, and we'll meet some of our great sadhu friends along the way. What's that one, love? Galaxy?
Yeah, milk chocolate.
So we're just looking for some chocolate for our friends on Giri Vilam.
For our friends.
Yeah, our sadhu friends. We got plenty of friends down there, so we usually buy them something. We don't spend the earth, but
Yeah, something reasonable.
maybe we'll get 10 of these, maybe, or something like that. Have a look. Let's grab that. How many
Those
is
are
that?
the ones that you were looking at.
Yeah. How many is it? We'll get 10.
Actually, you grabbed 10. Yeah, it's 10.
Oh, it's 10?
Yeah, perfect.
Too easy.
Okay.
All right, let's head off. So we're at the start here at Lingam, and at the supermarket we just bumped into our friend Ishtar, and he gave us 1,500 rupee to give to one of our friends, Vasudeva, who actually provides free water on Giri Vilam Pradakshina. So you'll meet Vasudeva very soon, and we'll go and have a look at Yamalingam now. So we're going down to Yamalingam now, where we're going to begin the day on our way to our favorite tea shop. And Yama means
death.
yeah.
Lord of death in Hinduism.
And so death here can represent death of the ego. So as you walk around ARUNACHALA here, the holy mountain, which symbolizes the self, the Atman, the undifferentiated consciousness. So it's symbolic to begin at Yama because, well, you have to kill your ego basically to merge with Shiva.
And there are 8 main lingams all around the Arunachala mountain, and the Yamalingam is the first significant one.
Yeah.
So that's why we are going to start from Yamalingam.
Love it. And as with everything in India, I'm not going to film inside the temple because it's sacred, and some things you've just got to leave sacred. That's part of the tradition, yeah? So we'll take you on the journey, but we won't actually show the lingam on camera. It's an old one. What do you call this, love?
Totem. It's in the old days where all the yogis and sadhus come here and take bath. But obviously it hasn't been used for a very long time.
It's like a lot of other totems around here, right?
Yes. Oh, still exists, but yeah, none of them are really in use anymore.
No. Yeah, I don't know if any yogi or sadhu would, or if you could call that taking a sacred bath in that sort of water, but but still, I mean, I just love these.
It's still here for everyone to see, to remind ourselves what it was for, really.
Yes. We're going on to Giri Pradakshina Road now. In India, you got to blend in with the traffic.
You shouldn't follow the rules, yeah. If you follow rules, you might get killed. You can't follow the rules, yeah.
Facts, people.
Yeah.
Facts. Rules and regulations in India go out the window.
Rules and regulations are there not to follow.
Learn to go with the flow. Oh, Baji.
Best snack in India.
Best snack in India.
Best
ever.
snack in any.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes.
Best fresh snack.
Fresh. What a place. So as we go further up here, you'll see more sadhus, more yogis, more babas. This is only the beginning. Om Namah Shivaya. Love it. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, huh? Huh? No?
Maybe not having very good karma.
No.
Don't like to hear it.
No, he doesn't like to hear Shiva's name. That's just a little pup. Hello. Namaste, G. It is an old turtle, love. Oh no, look at the dog. I go. What's she doing in there, man? Hey, look at Kip. Hey, Kipper.
I'm not thinking.
What's happening? Do you jump in that turtle as well? That dog's it. Look at that dog's gone green. Oh no.
Oh, he's eating something.
How are you?
How are you? How are you?
Vanakkam. Vanakkam.
Vanakkam.
Vanakkam.
Vanakkam. Very
Nice
good.
to meet you.
Vanakkam.
How old are you? Yeah.
என்ன வயசுன்னு கேக்குறாங்க. I am 6 years old.
6 years old. Strong. Very strong.
Thanks.
Strong like dad.
Excellent.
Strong like dad, yeah? Look, see? Oh, look at that. Powerful.
What's your name?
What's your name?
Name?
Vijayadarshan.
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 Nice name.
Very beautiful name.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Nice to meet
நீங்க
you.
சொல்லுங்க. Nice to meet you சொல்லு. handshake கொடு. Nice to meet you. Sir, uncle, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, yeah? Very good.
உங்களுக்கு சொல்லுங்க. What is your name கேளுங்க.
Jason?
Jason. Super fine.
Guy.
உங்க பேரு?
Guy.
ஆண்டி பேரு?
Guy.
Auntie Guy.
Auntie Guy. Very
Yes.
good.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you சொல்லுங்க.
What is your dad's name? What is your dad's name? Huh?
அப்பா பேர் கேக்குறாங்க.
Govinda. Ah, beautiful name.
Govindan.
Ah, beautiful name. Nice to meet you, Govinda.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Yes, nice to meet
Where are
you.
you from, sir?
Australia.
Australia. Thank
Yes.
you, sir.
Korea.
You, ma'am?
Korea.
Okay.
Korea.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Safety fifth.
Very safe. Indian electricity.
Well, it's probably safer than what you think. They know what they're doing. We've got a friend over here. He's always meditating all day long, facing ARUNACHALA. Ready, have a look. From dawn till dusk, he's meditating.
Yeah, I mean, when we get up at like 5 and then get out to the ashram, I always see him sitting same posture.
Yeah.
Yeah, same posture as you also.
Super guy, man. Good to see you. Yes. Fine. See you, brother. Actually, here you can see Nandi. But you can, look. It's actually not as good as in the morning if you see the head. If you guys, can you see that head up there? It's on the edge. Looks like Nandi, the bull's head. Early in the morning it's really good because it's dark, so it's more clear.
Chocolate. Om Namah Shivaya.
Where are we, love?
Niruti Lingam. This is another main lingam.
Yeah.
Main temple. Yes.
The main lingams have like the green and white sign, right?
Yes, with a big sign like that.
Yes. Niruti Lingam. Let's go and have a look. Well, we won't have a look, but we'll look from outside.
We're not allowed to film the deity here, like any other country, I think. So, yeah,
Well,
we'll just have a
especially
look.
India, right? So that's about all you get. So we're going to go in, people. Om Namah Shivaya, huh?
Let's take one.
Yeah. No. Very good, brother. Good work. So in a few days, the big Deepam is coming up, Katagai Deepam, where about 5 million people are going to descend onto this small 150,000 population town. And then the toilet situation is always a bit of an issue. And
So they brought all these along the way. Yeah, I mean, this is the first time we've seen this too.
yeah.
I don't know how it's gonna actually work, right? 5 million people is a lot of people, and probably better to do outside, I don't know.
And most people will do it outside.
It might be easier, and I don't want to imagine how it looks like after. Let's put it that way. So, yes.
Mountains of crap. When you do Giri Vilam, one of the things is you're supposed to do it barefoot. I mean, you don't really. I'm doing it barefoot today, but what you've got to watch out for mainly is just glass and cow shit, so you've got to watch out for both. But this is how people normally do it, so if you're walking around at a hot time like I am, then your feet might get burnt, but it's actually pretty cool today, so it's a nice feeling to walk on the ground. So as you can see, there's plenty of lingams on the way up Pradakshina Road. We're stopping at a lot of places. This is another one. Yes, right. So there's plenty of these smaller lingams too that people stop by along the way as well. We are out at midday, so a lot of the temples actually shut. So if you're planning a trip to Tiruvannamalai and you want to do Giri Vilam, make sure you do it early in the morning.
Or later in the afternoon, after 2, ideally.
After 2, yeah.
And you would want to do around that time anyway. It'd be pretty hot during the day.
Unless you're hardcore like us, you do it at midday. Shivaya. Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Huh?
Obviously on the day of Katagai Deepam, this road is going to be all blocked off, so there's there's no vehicles allowed, or you can't get in anyway.
No.
Too many people will be on the road. But yeah, so it's actually not far away. Only like 4 days away.
Yeah. It's like a mosh pit, isn't it? It's like a big mosh pit. When it's going that way, you're going that way whether you like it or not. So you got to let go and just let the crowd take you where you want. If you fight it, well, it's like much other things in India.
Yeah, not gonna go good.
Not gonna go good. So you got to let go and allow India to take care of you, open you up, and enjoy the experience. Om Namah Shivaya.
How come you know this place?
How come I know?
This.
Yeah, known for a long time.
Oh, great.
Long time. Come here for 10 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. Beautiful. You're from Bangalore. You come a lot, or
With family.
do you come a lot? Like come every year to here, or
Yeah, sometimes.
sometimes? Yeah. Ah, nice.
This is my second time.
Second time. Ah, beautiful. Yeah. Best place, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah. Many people in Bangalore. Do they know? Many people. Yeah. It's not far. Yeah. 4 hours drive.
Yes, 4 hours.
Ah.
210 kilometers.
Sorry.
210.
Oh yeah, 210. Ah. Nice to meet you and your family. Yeah. Kids, yeah.
Yes.
Ah. Hello. How old are you?
How old are you?
8. 10. Ah, older brother. Yeah, strong. Okay. See you guys.
Yes.
So this is my good friend Vasudeva, and every day it's 4,000 rupees for water, yeah, for Deepam. 4,000 rupees. So 4,000 rupees to donate free water for people who walk around Girivilam. 100 rupees for dogs too, yeah? The street dogs. He gets 100.
Daily 100.
Yeah. Very charitable soul. And so our friend Ishtar said he was going to give 1,500 donate to Vasudeva for Katakai Deepam coming up. And so Guy and I thought we would match that. So we'll make 3,000 rupees to give to Vasudeva for water.
Thank you.
So this is you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's going to be a good day of water for people at Katakai Deepam.
And very hot.
Very
so
hot,
the
yeah.
Water is important.
Yes.
Yes.
One of the best men on Girivilam Path. This is actually his bicycle too.
Right, every day.
Every day.
Yeah, every day.
Every day provides free water for people. One of the true sages of Girivilam.
Oh, yes.
Guys, urinal here. Wow. This is.
It's locked anyway. You can't. What's the point? Maybe they're saving it.
But I can say, look, I don't know. You think it is kind of not really permanent, but
Oh.
it is going to get absolutely destroyed.
And yeah, look, I think outside is more comfortable.
Just water the garden. Om Namah Shivaya.
Lunch?
Locals, yeah. It's good lunch actually, if you want.
Temple food.
Yeah,
Nice and clean.
yeah. Dosa.
Provided for
Rice.
everybody to eat.
Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, huh?
Hi.
Hey.
Hi.
What's your name?
Om Namah Shivaya. Hello.
Hello.
Om Namah Shivaya.
Om Namah.
So again, like we said, guys, to give you more context, Vasudeva buys the water every day, spends his own money, doesn't ask for much, hardly ever asks for money. He's never asked us for money. And so,
Yeah, the Deepam is coming up, so 5 million people will come into town. So yeah, he'll need some help to provide more water for people.
yep.
Yeah, so we just wanted to chip in a little bit.
And to be honest, 3,000 rupee is nothing. But he said he spends around 4,000 on
a busy day.
On busy days, so just do what we can. Om Namah Shivaya. Huh? Om Namah Shivaya. Huh? Yeah. Son? Yeah. Good man. Huh? Fana, come. Om Namah Shivaya. Huh? Yes. Good to see you, huh? Soon we buy. Soon we next month. I have, but for friends. Huh? That's the Mala master. Kind soul. I always give him chocolate. He gives me pongal a lot of the time.
Indian sweets.
Yes.
Exchange.
Exactly. Where are we, love?
We're at Lingam against another main temple on pure production.
Yeah.
Surya means sun.
Sun, yeah.
So showing respect to the sun god.
Yes. There's actually a picture on
Yes.
of ARUNACHALA with the flame.
Flame. Well, that's what is going to happen the night of the.
That's right. Om Namah Shivaya. How are you, brother? You good? Chocolate.
Cut.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's
It's kind of melted a bit, so.
Okay. Yeah?
Om Namah Shivaya. Good? Oh, feel good.
Very good, very good.
Deep pump. Few days, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
See you.
You too.
He's one of our sadhu friends, super guy. And we're still looking for Lao Tzu, the Lao Tzu of ARUNACHALA. You'll know him when you see him. But yeah, some of these sadhus are some of the best people you ever met, man. Pure heart, don't want anything. I just love it. Here's one of our friends up here, actually. Oh, Namah Shivaya. How are you? Good? Yes. Good to see you. Deepam, a couple of days, yeah? No, I'm not sure. What's this? Very good. See you. This is Sai Baba Mandir coming up. Really nice place for meditation, actually. Really quiet. Shut, yeah. Same timing. Beautiful. All along here, there's a lot of really quiet places to meditate in that. Like, if you get outside of town, like, to be honest, if you go to Ramana ashram, is, yeah, the best. But if you come out here, it's a good alternative. And it's super quiet, actually. We're coming up to our favorite tea shop up here.
Organic farming.
Organic farming, yeah, this is part of the Sai Baba Mandir, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, and they have this organic farming. They sell plants and also they have some bananas and fruits and things like that. They're all organically grown, so you can come and check it out. It's a really nice place.
Oh, Namah Shivaya. Samosa Master. Samosa Master. How are you, brother? Yes. This is the samosa master. The best of...
The helper.
Yes. The greatest master of Tiruvannamalai, yeah? Watch out, watch out.
Only one mouth.
Yeah. No mouth to mouth. Just on the cheek. Yeah. So good. So good.
America.
This is Samosa Master's puja room. Huh? Where he makes the magic happen here, yeah? Very. Best samosa in town?
Saju.
Huh? Saju.
Sorry.
Yeah. Ah, yes. Number one.
I love you, master.
Yes.
Australia, going to Australia?
Yeah. He goes to Australia. Number one in Australia. Only samosa, yeah.
Side dish.
The guru of samosa.
Guru of samosa.
You want me to take photo? Hey, in. Come in. Smile. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Guy is famous on Gary Villam.
You can become a superstar, movie star if you wanna be one in India.
Yes.
It's wonderful people, just innocent people. They just want to say hello. They just want to leave some good memories. So
Yeah.
it's great.
Samosa Masters, good work. Samosa Master, he cook all this?
Yes, sir.
Samosa Master, did he cook all this?
Yes.
All this? Oh. Samosa Master.
Tea master.
Yeah. Tea Master.
Relax, I'm sure they're beautiful. That's it, come on.
Tea Master, Samosa Master. That's it.
Here is one, Annamalai.
Ah, no way.
Fridge master.
That's the fridge master. Good to see you.
I love you.
Yes. This is the owner. Where's your brother? Your brother? He's coming?
Coming, sir.
He's coming.
10 minutes coming.
10 minutes. We just finished our tea at our favourite tea shop here. Best tea in town. Twin Chai. Well, we call it Twin Chai because two brothers own the business. So, but that's a really good walk, isn't it? Like down from Yamalingam to here. What do we do that in an hour and a half?
Yeah, not far at all.
Not far. And that's only a portion of Giri production. I bet it's probably our favourite part. So we wanted to show you guys that. Gotta give the master the
Cooling on.
It's melted.
Today is Katagai Deepam. This Deepam is the biggest one of the year. Now, Deepam is when people all come to Tiruvannamalai and circumambulate around the holy mountain of ARUNACHALA. And Katagai Deepam usually falls on between November 15 to December 15, so around this mid-November to mid-December time.
Yes.
And over the years, it's got a lot bigger. Guy Young and I, we would come here like 10 years ago, and there would be like 1 million people would come, right? And how many people are expected this Katagai?
5. And what, last year was 3.5 million?
3.5 million, yeah.
So, well, here is really peaceful and quiet, but it's gonna be completely different once we get out there in the gear production road. So.
We'll show you guys around. We'll try and film as much as we can. It's going to be packed. So it's going to be like a mosh pit, like a moving mosh pit. And, well, we're not going to go around the mountain because who knows what will happen. But we'll try and film as much as we can. And as Guy said, 5 million people descending on a small town of 150,000 people.
Yes.
Should be interesting.
So far, so good. Nobody.
The usual quiet day.
We'll see.
Looks like some buses.
Yeah. Looking for a spot to park.
Yeah. So it looks like
Gonna be bedlam down there. Chaos.
looks like people parking their vehicle on the side streets, and
We're gonna do the same.
yes. So we'll walk down and see what's happening. See some
See some action.
people already start walking either direction.
We're just about heading down to production. It's getting a bit busy. This is the danger zone here. Normally it's a danger zone too, because a lot of people are doing number 1 and 2s down here. And today, Guy and I we just passed a couple of freshies, and they were
They don't put too much effort to go deep
not too
to
far.
hide or anything.
No, just right on the road,
Boom.
like a mountain. So this is the real danger. And maybe people won't be doing it close, but they usually do here. So because they're serving food up here actually. So
Yeah, this is just temporary eating area.
yeah.
Okay.
The beginning of the day, sometimes the crowd's a little bit less. So we'll monitor this throughout the day.
We are getting closer. Monica.
We'll go the opposite way if you get a tea. We'll see how we go.
Hi, vanakkam.
Monica. Hello, hello. Popcorn, old school popcorn.
Yeah. Absolute scene.
Pretty peaceful than what I thought.
Word of advice, don't go the opposite direction usually.
Yeah, but we can walk pretty freely.
Yeah. At the moment it's okay. I think around midday to late afternoon when the fire is lit on top of ARUNACHALA.
The late afternoon, evening time, like really
I think it's going to be
ramp up. Yeah.
chock-a-block.
Contemporary.
I'm not sure. You want to see a sea of people on the march? Check us out. I'm not sure. Hello. Where are you from? Andhra Pradesh? Where? Ah. Nice to meet you.
That's a lot of people.
Full power.
Yes, but I think all the people.
It's about the same as what it was for us years ago. At the moment. At the moment.
Peaceful walking parade.
For now.
Yeah. And there are lots of police officers to take care of people.
Actually, 15,000 police officers came to Tiri for today.
Just for, yeah.
15,000. That's just mad.
So far, looks really good.
Yeah. How are you? Say hello.
I'm fine.
Good to see you.
What is your name?
Jason.
Jason.
Where are you from?
Tirunamalai.
Tirunamalai. Ah, yeah.
Where from?
I'm from Australia.
Australia.
Yeah,
Australia.
yeah.
Australia. Cricket player.
Hey, even a dance.
Cricket, yeah.
Good one.
Who? Ricky Ponting.
Ricky Ponting. Yes.
Come on. Get Adam Gilchrist. Come on.
Your name is Gilchrist.
Gilchrist. Good man.
Gilchrist, yes.
Yeah. You play like Gilchrist, yeah? Yeah.
Only hitting.
You're only hitting, huh?
Only hitting.
Yeah. Not keeper, yeah? Not keeper?
Well keeping.
This is white jiva.
Wild Jiva.
Out of the wall.
Yeah. Awesome, man. See you guys. Yeah. Where did you start? Where did you start?
Started Anach.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Long to go, huh? No, we take a tea. Relax. Yeah.
Bye.
See you, brothers. Hiya, brother. Hiya. Nice to meet you.
In the Hindu festival, you can find all sorts of stuff. You can find the beach ball, watches. Yeah.
What else?
There's everything.
Got these things, these little
Some-
glowy things,
Yeah, random.
like a whistle.
And
When you go clothes shopping, you got the choice. I might get a new shirt, I think.
belt, some wallets.
You never know when you need it. You never know.
And sometimes find like a random like raincoats and things like that.
Yeah.
In the sunny day.
Brother, what's happening?
Hi, how are you?
Good to see you.
Yes.
Yeah, you look tired, huh? Tired.
Hey,
What time did you... No sleep?
no sleep.
No sleep. Your brother coming?
Yes. Working, mate.
Soon.
What's that?
The video.
Live telecast.
No, not live. I film. I put on YouTube.
Later you can.
Later. It's not live, but good to see you. Huh? You want tea chaya?
Yeah, where can we sit?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Too big chaya. Too big chaya or just
Yeah,
too
yeah.
small?
Too big chai.
Yeah. A bit busy?
Yes. Yeah.
Tea, coffee. Tea, coffee. Come on. It's pretty quiet around here for some reason. I thought we were going to be wall to wall. Well, we almost are, but
They actually pretty casual at the moment.
yeah.
There was gonna be more intense. Hello. Hi.
Onion master. Cutting master.
Vegetable cutting master.
Vegetable.
Yes.
What's that? Is that pumpkin? Pumpkin, yeah. Pumpkin?
Tamil mein. Parangikai. Sambar acha, very good taste.
Yeah. Sweet.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Yes. Medicine.
Medicine.
Yeah.
Normal medicine.
Food medicine.
Good medicine, yeah.
Very good.
Hey, Nitya. Nitya.
இதோட ரேட் வாங்குற கேட்குறோம்.
அதான் வயசா.
அதாவது இது வந்து 15,000 ரூபாய் இது. ஆஹா.
How are you? Where are you from, Andhra? Where are you from?
metro train.
Where are you from? Tiruvannamalai. Ah,
Tenkasi மாவட்டம்
Kuchalam.
Tenkasi.
Ah,
திருநெல்வேலி அல்வா அல்வா திருநெல்வேலி அல்வா.
Selfie. Okay, yeah.
You from?
Australia.
இங்க வட வந்து இல்ல நம்ம கம்பூர்
Come in.
இங்க
There we go. Hello.
Family.
Here we go. Oh, yeah. Everyone come in.
கையை எப்படி ஏய் நீங்க வாங்க
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
இன்னொரு போட்டா
Yeah. Om Namah Shivaya. Street dogs can somehow sleep. God only knows how. Om Namah Shivaya. How are you? Good to see you, huh? Yes. Busy. What?
கிரிவலம்
Girivalam, yeah. Are you going to do?
கார்த்திகை ஜோதி
Yeah. Are you gonna?
No.
No. Sit.
I am not doing. God says sit here only.
Sit. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. My friend here, Coconut Master. This is our friend here, Coconut Master, who's been working all night. Have a look. Om Namah Shivaya. All night work, huh? All night. All night. Tired, yeah? I see. That was our friend. He's a coconut master. Now he's doing the candles. Now he's
Too much to climb.
too much to climb. He's a bit older.
Aji photo எடுத்துட்டாங்க.
Hello.
Bye.
Man, Indians are just the friendliest people, especially Tamil people. I couldn't imagine in Australia you point a camera at someone, people wave.
They wouldn't be happy.
You might get a punch in the face. Here's our friend. Good business, huh? Many. Good to see you. We'll come later. It's getting busier, isn't it?
Yes, it is getting busy.
Just by the minute. Last time we were here at Katagai Deepam, it was around midday where it started to get real hectic.
It was quite packed and
Yeah.
I mean it's gonna get more and more, so
I mean, look at that. Om Namah Shivaya.
Om Namah Shivaya.
Where are you from?
Madurai.
Madurai. Madurai.
Madurai. Meenakshi Amman temple.
Yes. I know, yeah. Girivalam, yeah.
Girivalam.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, man. Good. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
okay.
Good name?
Guy.
Good name.
Guy.
Yeah.
Jason.
Jason.
Nice to meet you.
See you, brother. I'll know what you're at, huh? There you go. Wrong way. Oh yeah, it's a long day.
Long day of walking.
Wow.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
How are you? Fine.
Yeah.
Country?
Australia.
Good. What is your name?
Jason.
My
What?
name is Bala Subramanian.
Yes. Where are you from? You're from Tiru?
Tirunamalai.
Ah, beautiful.
My native Tirunamalai.
Ah, number one. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya.
So it's been 6 hours. That was at 10:30 in the morning, and now it's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and we can definitely see the difference.
No doubt.
Hello. How are you?
Hey, Mum. Two chaya. Busy, yeah?
Very busy.
Oh, look at that. So good. Your mum, does she work all night tonight?
Working tonight?
No, sleeping. Ah. This is one of our favourite chai places. Actually, earlier we went to our favourite chai place as well. Yeah, this is no, second, yeah. Thank you. The problem is when you're a foreigner here, you have about, I don't even know how many selfies today. Thousands.
And they want to take turns with different songs.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Ajit Kumar.
Rajkumar. Ajit Kumar.
Loose.
Loose.
Mind.
He's loose, yeah. Crazy, huh? Crazy. There you go. Have a good day, yeah? Have a good day. Keep him safe, huh? No. Yeah.
திருவிழாவிற்கு வருகை தரும் பக்தர்கள் அனைவரும் காவல்துறையுடன் இணைந்து காஞ்சிபுரம் பச்சை பாசி தங்களை அன்புடன் வரவேற்கிறது. காஞ்சிபுரம் பச்சை பாசி இப்பொழுது திருவண்ணாமலையில்.
Hello.
Hi sir. Bye sir.
Huh? This is Varuna Lingam, one of the big lingams around the mountain. It is packed on there. For those of you that don't know, like Deepam every month is when the full moon is here in Tiruvannamalai, so people circumambulate ARUNACHALA, the holy mountain here, which is a representation of Shiva. But this particular one is between mid-November to mid-December every year. So, and this one they actually light a fire on top of ARUNACHALA. It's really beautiful. Actually, it happens at about 6, so it's not so far away. And sometimes that fire can last for a few days. Yeah.
And they're burning the ghee.
Burning the ghee, yeah.
The butter, purified butter, not petrol.
Yeah. And it's like a big barrel, it's massive. So.
Yeah, ghee is in like products coming from the cow.
Yeah.
So it's like another, like a holy, representing the holy sacredness of the whole event.
Yeah. It's a devil. Very good. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Angie, where's the flame? Just here? Too hazy, yeah. Briefly we could see the flame, and I think later on, as you guys see, you can sort of see the moon up there, but it's really, really hazy. It's beautiful candles. Just going back to our friend's tea shop up here, where we were at this morning, so we'll see how they're doing.
Let's see if they have all 4 limbs intact.
The boys haven't slept since 2 days ago. Still going, yeah? Wow, man. Master still alive?
Yeah.
Master?
Master. I want.
You still strong? Yeah, healthy. Tired. Ah. Where's your brother?
Sleeping.
He's sleeping, yeah? Ah. He was real tired this morning, yeah. They're all still alive.
Yeah, they look pretty tame. So, yeah.
But his brother was sleeping, so.
Taking a rotation.
Yeah. And that's about it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Full day.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see actually tomorrow.
Oh, the aftermath, yeah. We'll try and cover as much of the aftermath as we can. We are on our way down the Production Road post Katagai Deepam, so we just want to head down and see the aftermath, show you guys the damage afterwards. So
let's see if it's not as busy as yesterday or...
Yeah, it might be. It might be busy still, but I think it'll be
less,
yeah. It's a bit of a smell here, that's for sure. There always is typically, but
today's a little bit more.
The ladies are working quick.
Yeah, oh wow.
They're working really quick.
Wow. Operational as usual.
Yeah.
And still people are doing production now.
Yeah.
Working
But the ladies and the guys that do all the cleaning have done a fantastic job. Look at that.
You wouldn't know what happened last night.
No. And they're really literally only using those straw brooms, bent over straw brooms.
Yeah.
TC.
Tea shop is still going. Oh, cars.
Even cars, buses. Oh, look at this. This was it's crazy yesterday.
Wow. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Wow.
One of the deepams we came to about 8 years ago, it stayed
dirty.
Stayed dirty for weeks.
Yes.
And kind of nature kind of moved it around. And when you look down there, it looks like a lot of people. Well, there's a lot of people, but not like yesterday.
Yeah, I think the police officers must be very tired.
Super tired.
Up all night?
2 nights probably.
Yeah.
Ah, smooth sailing.
Yeah.
Look at the coppers. Somehow it looks like it was the day before.
Yeah. Yeah, it's completely different.
Yeah.
A lot quieter.
Yeah. Let's see if we can cross.
Yeah.
That's the challenge.
That's gonna be a
A
challenge.
great challenge. Sneak in here.
Ah, nice work.
Over the rubbish.
Over the rubbish.
So guys, that's it for Katsugai Deepam. That's a wrap.
We are in the beautiful Gokana, which is located in the state of Karnataka in India, and it's about 6:30 in the morning right now. So we're going to go to a really special place in the morning to break dawn, a place that both Guyang and I haven't been. Actually, neither of us have been to Gokana before. So we flew to Goa from Kochi in Kerala, and we just drove about 2 hours south to get to Gokana here. It's a small little town. It's a dusty little town. It's red. It feels like you're almost in the outback of Australia. So we want to take you guys around on the journey and see what we find today.
As you all can see, it's pretty quiet early in the morning around here. This is a little village near where we live. A lot of lovely people live around here. As you can see, it's red. Dirt is red, like it's been singed by fire. But Gokana only has about 20,000 people or something like that. It's so quiet. But when you get down to the little part of the town near one temple, then you really see a lot of action.
We're about 5 minutes out of where we were, our hotel, and this looks like a salt farm. Local people are coming out working early in the morning. It's beautiful.
We're just taking a little pit stop. It's been about an hour. We're almost there, only 14 kilometers away, but we just thought we'd take a break.
Yeah.
Give the Activa a bit of a break. It's doing all right, and actually I was just saying to Guy, Indians drive really slow, so I was judging the distance based on how they drive. So and I'm passing everybody on the highway, and so we're making it in pretty good time. So if you're in Gokana, don't be concerned about riding down to Murudeeshwara temple, because it's
the highway is really good.
Highway is really good. Yeah.
Good to ride.
Yeah, you'll make it in good time. Even an Activa, I mean, they're not made for long distance, but you'll get there. Well, behind us is the reason we came to Gokana in the first place. Even though we didn't think it was going to be 70 kilometers away, we're finally here. So welcome to the Murudeeshwara temple. So this is one of the most unique Gopurams you'll see in South India. So if you remember the ones in Tiruvannamalai, the base is higher and then the Gopuram itself is smaller. This one, the base is very small, but the Gopuram goes forever. So it's really unique, and it's really thin as well. So it's one of the more unique ones that you'll find throughout all of India. place is amazing, isn't it, love?
Yes, that's why I'm just soaking in this, the beauty of the coastal line here. It's just so untouched.
Yeah. And we were just saying that, like, you go to Gokana, the beaches aren't this good, and it's full of people, and here, nobody. What's going on?
Yeah, just some fishing boats, and yeah, like, it's so quiet, and it's just beautiful.
Beautiful,
It's
yeah.
beautiful, yeah.
As you see here, here's a golden gopuram. There's another golden gopuram over there. Beautiful place. Actually, a gentleman just outside said that was completed like 20 years ago or something like that. By one guy. It was one construction person, yeah. So, well, one construction company, guy leading the vision. It's beautiful. It feels like it's been around here for ages, but it's only possibly 20 years old. Yeah, crazy. This is Dr. Arun Shetty, who I was talking to you guys about before. The brains behind the Murugadeshwara temple, and basically sculpted with his own hands, but with the help of other people, obviously. But he is the brains behind it. Here he is, Dr. Arun Shetty. He passed away not so long ago in 2020. A simple man, a great visionary, deeply religious, a Murugadeshwara man. Pretty simple. Often great things come from simple people, ordinary people. You don't have to be too grandiose, or you don't have to stick out, you have to try to be extraordinary.
He had a long life, 92 years old, I think he died.
That's a pretty good innings, isn't it?
Very. Especially in India, lifespan is not very long. Must be had a good heart.
Like that. Look at the size of this Nandi. Guess you got a big Shiva, you got a big Nandi. It has to be that way. You also see Krishna and Arjuna in the chariot over there. So the Mahabharata is represented here as well. Just sort of chilling in the middle of nowhere. You see over here, we see Vyasa imparting knowledge to Ganesha, the scribe. So this is how it's believed the Vedas and all the great scriptures came about. So you see interesting iconography here. You see Shaneshwara holding up the Deva world, Shiva's family, Parvati, Ganesha, Skanda. But the reason for Srinivas's face is the struggle to keep spiritual knowledge alive, particularly in the Kali Yuga. Wow guys, Muruddeshwara has been a complete surprise. We didn't think it was going to be this good, but it's quite surprising how beautiful it is around here, and the temple's amazing. Look, it's probably not as nice as going to some of the ancient places, or if you went to ARUNACHALA, for example. I mean, it's hard to compare with that, but for a recent temple, it's pretty beautiful. And on the ocean, and we don't know why no one comes here. Why is there nobody here? I mean, there's a few Indians here, but it seems as though it's
it deserves much more people to come and visit.
It's crazy, just there's no one here. Like you go to other places in India where it's probably not as beautiful and there's no attraction, there's way more people. I mean, where is everyone?
Yes.
Come on guys.
Come to Muruddeshwara temple.
We're sitting here at the Netrani Cafe enjoying a chai, and it's in these moments, as you see over here. Well, first you got to soak it in, but it's in these moments I wish I had a drone, because have a look all the way around. Look around. Look at this. Can you imagine having a drone looking over that on the point there? Anyway, we don't, so we can only imagine. What we have done for ourselves alone dies with us. What we have done for others and the world remains and is immortal. Welcome to Kasar, Uttarakhand, which is just outside the bigger town of Almora. Now, Kasar is a tiny, tiny little town and is massively famous, especially because Swami Vivekananda came here when he was younger to meditate. And there are many reasons why he came here. And it also was massively famous throughout the hippie movement of the 60s and 70s, the counterculture movement. And there's a who's who of who have come to Kasar. But in recent times, not many people come here, except for Guy and I. So we'll tell you a little bit about that as we get up to the temple. But there's a famous temple at the top here called Kasar Devi Temple. And we'll explain some of the history here, some of the relationship between the cosmic energies of the universe and this location in Kasar. Now, as we go higher, you can actually see the town of Almora in the distance there. It goes over the lip as well. But it's nothing like the small town of Kasar over here. Many people will consider Kasar part of Almora anyway. But it's a lot smaller than Almora there. Now, the Kasar Devi temple is not open just yet. Now, the reason why this place is famous, not just because Swami Vivekananda and the hippie movement, it's because it is believed that there is a gap in the Van Allen belt right above Kasar, and it is exposed to all of these cosmic energies, magnetic energies if you want. And there are 3 places in the world that people believe this, which is Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, and here in Kasar. And so particularly this location here on top of the mountain here at the Kasar Devi temple. Now, if you do some research, maybe you won't agree with that. We're not sure how to think about that, but a lot of people come here to meditate because they think that it's going to bring them closer to enlightenment or so forth and so on. It's a nice idea, right? And that's what actually drew a lot of people here. That's what drew Swami Vivekananda here and all of the people in the counterculture movement of the 60s and 70s.
So guys, there's a sign up here that actually says that NASA had researched about this gap in the Van Allen belt as well, above Kasar, Machu Picchu and Stonehenge. Guy and I, we don't really know how much proof there is to that. We've seen a few things online where the camps are split. Some people believe it, some people don't. But nevertheless, a lot of people have been coming here for a long time. Even before Swami Vivekananda, this place was famous for yogis and sadhus to come up into the Himalayas to meditate, to get away from society. If you know anything about Uttarakhand, it is a state that is full of ashrams hidden in the Himalayas. And all of the people who have been here, it is a who's who have been to Kasar and spent time here. Let me rattle off a few names for you. Obviously, the first one is Swami Vivekananda. And then probably second most famous would be Timothy Leary. Now, Timothy Leary was famous for streaking on Cranks Ridge, and Guy and I will show you Cranks Ridge in a second. Also, Walter Yeel and Evan Wentz, who is famous for translating the Tibetan Book of the Dead. Lama Anagarika Govinda, also famously known as Lama Govinda, and he was actually a reason why many people came up here. Anandamayi Ma, Neem Karoli Baba, John Blowfield, Ralph Metzner, Earl Brewster, Alfred Sorensen, who was also known as Sunyata Baba, and he was probably one of the more famous ones who came up here. He's lived here for 40 years in a small hut. Cat Stevens, if you can believe it, Bob Dylan, David Herbert Lawrence, Robert Thurman, also his daughter, famous Uma Thurman, who was actually 3 years old when she came here with her father. Also Ronald David Liang, Allen Ginsberg, Peter Orlovsky, Gary Schneider, and Joanne Kiger. And like I said, there's a who's who have come to Kasar. There are many famous names there. I mean, Cat Stevens, Bob Dylan, Uma Thurman when she was 3. And so many people have come here, particularly through the 60s and 70s of the counterculture movement. I just got pranams up at the Shiva temple just above Kasar Deve. And so there's really powerful morning puja up here. Really serene. Not that many people up here. Again, Kasar is not that popular. It's not like going to Varanasi or something like that. But it feels really genuine and authentic up here. And yeah, words can't describe it. You must come up here for the morning puja and meditate up here at the temple or at the Kasar Devi just below. So up at this beautiful Shiva temple here, you've got Nandi here. I couldn't film before for the puja obviously, but you can see inside. You can see the Lingam in there. The puja was absolutely beautiful. And around here, this is what's amazing. Have a look at this. Look at this ancient Nandi. Look at that. That's unbelievable. The age on that. And so they're finding all types of pieces of ancient temple all in and around Kasar. So you can get an image of the new Nandi, the ancient Nandi, the lotus that the Nandi is residing on. And just have a look at this. Look at the Shiva temple up here is absolutely beautiful the way it's built. So we are on the other side of the temple. Here's a little Nandi. There's where we just were, the Shiva temple. And so this is a real small Nandi. Beautiful. And have a look at the Lingam. The Lingam is amazing here. Look at this. Wow. It's quite a stone, that's for sure. This is a beautiful little temple, this one. Seems like a little bit of an afterthought compared to the big one, but it's really amazing. Like, look over here, look at this view from behind here. All the way around, all the way around, all the way around. And you got the temple there. So guys, this is the Brahman's hut, where he lives, the one who did puja this morning. Really small hut. I had a look inside, there's only a bed there.
And look at the view that he has. Look at this. Look at this. That's Almora. So Almora is that town there. It kind of goes over the ridge too. So we're just 5 k's away from Almora. Then you see all these spot communities. Look at this. All the way through the Himalayas, just littered through the Himalayas. It's beautiful. When you drive on the way up here, you see plenty of this and plenty of random ashrams. And down there, that's a Sri Sarada Devai temple ashram. I don't know if it's affiliated with the Ramakrishna Mission. It should be, but I've only seen one person down there, so I'm not sure if we'll head down there. But what a spot. So how you going there, Angie? You feeling the energy? How was your ear? You were saying something about your ear before.
Yes, just the eardrum was kind of going a bit crazy. I don't know, like I've never had that feeling before, but I don't want to make a thing of it, because some people maybe want to make it as they feel the magnetic energy. My eardrums are going crazy. No. Yeah, I never felt that before, but I thought something wrong with my ear, but it could just be one of those things that just happen. There's no reason why, or maybe there is a reason why, but I don't want to make it exaggerating what it is. But yes, definitely a special place.
Yeah, it's more of a serene energy here, isn't it? It's beautiful. Like, it's not like doesn't have to be anything about the Van Allen belt, for example.
Yeah, I don't know. The Himalayan mountain energy is something special, so I'm not sure about the gap in the Van Allen belt thing is real, or there is some scientific reason behind it. I'm not sure, but very serene. It's very light. The energy is very light, so it's not stagnant. Again, as you all see, it's really beautiful and good oxygen. You can breathe really well, and it's just a beautiful place.
So guys, as you go further down, there's this amazing rock, and the views up here. Look at that behind me. And this is an amazing place to sit and meditate. You see right here, look at this view from here. Again, there's Almora, and there's a bit of a drop here, so it is a big rock. It's not going to go anywhere. And there's plenty of these perched everywhere. Look over there, over there, over there. Even up here, over here. And that gentleman over there meditating. Look at that. What a shot. Like most sacred places in India, I can't show you inside the Kasar Devai temple. I can't show you the Durga, but we can have a look from the outside. It's beautiful around here. Have a look at the panorama here. Like, this goes into town. Look at that. Over here, actually, you can see under the tree, there's a dooni over here. Also a dooni here, the sacred fire, which will be lit at night. It's a closer look at the Kasar Devai temple. And then up there, as we were where we were before, that's the Shiva temple there. And there's the rock we were sitting over there. And then all the way around to Almora and to Gaya. Also up here, you'll see a lot of pictures around Kasar and Bahwali and these towns up in this area of Neemkuri Baba, who was Ram Das's guru, Krishna Das's guru, I believe too, and many other people, many other teachers' guru, even I think Thomas Byram, who translated the Ashtavakra Gita, a great translation of the Ashtavakra Gita. That was his guru as well. And Neemkuri Baba's ashram is not so far from here. Well, it's a couple of hours from here in the mountains. We've never been there. We hope to go there in the future. And he was also one who visited this area
in Kasar, and maybe Cranks Ridge as well, which we'll go down to in a second. So guys, we are walking on Cranks Ridge, and as I showed you before, you can kind of see this from up at the Kasar Devi temple, and that's it up there. And so we're walking along this right now. So we're walking in the very place that Timothy Leary streaked butt naked, along here apparently, as legend says. And this is where everyone came. As I said to you before, Alfred Sorensen, Sunyata Baba, was gifted land up here, and he lived up around here for 40 years. And I think he knew Nehru's daughter or someone like that, and that's how the land was gifted to him. So it's a beautiful place. I mean, why this area specifically attracted a lot of the hippies back in the day, I'm not quite sure. A lot of people attest that to Lama Govinda, because a lot of people wanted to hear the teachings of Lama Govinda. And yeah, so it would have been a wild time. I don't know where everyone went, because so far Guy and I are probably some of the only tourists in Kasar. Guys, I've been exploring Cranks Ridge for a little bit, looking for actually Sunyata Baba's cave, so where he resided for many years, Alfred Sorensen. So there's a picture online, and apparently you can kind of find it, but there's so many places that look similar to that, and I'm on a wild goose chase here. I'm walking all over this ridge. It could be anywhere, you know, like when you see the image, it's not quite like a cave, but it's a place that he stayed for a long time. I don't know if he stayed for the whole duration of the 40 years, but it's supposed to be here somewhere. So let me see if I can keep exploring and see what I can find. Now guys, I might be wrong, but this is very similar. From the pictures, there's a bit of greenery here. There's just completely no greenery. I don't know if this is a spot. I could be completely wrong. It looks very similar. Guy just said to me, it's turned into a drinking spot, as it has, and so I'm quite sure if you look at a certain different vantage point, I mean, it's very similar. There's so many places up on this ridge that you can have a look at. Like I said, it wasn't a cave necessarily, it was just a place where he lived for many years. And like I said, like Guy said, unfortunately it's turned into a little bit of a drinking hideaway, as you can see down here. There's a pit here. You know, as you go back, you can probably, where Guy is, it looks very much like the spot. And you know, if it is, it would have been a beautiful meditation spot for him right here. Look at this off the view of the rock here. Oh wow, look down to that valley. The camera doesn't do it justice. It's deep, really deep. That could be another spot as well. Not quite sure. We'll have to investigate. We just ran into a lovely lady called Megan from Australia, near Perth. Megan, if you're watching, hello. And we had a great conversation, and she was actually going up to the Sunyata Baba Samadhi. So we actually were in the right spot where that rock sort of wall was there at the tree at the top, and that rubble at the front, that is actually his Samadhi. And she said that unfortunately someone smashed it for some reason, and as we were speaking about with the alcohol there, she said it's turned into a little bit of a pub up there. So I mean, it's pretty unfortunate, but we came to the conclusion, it was the right spot. It did look like the right spot, and she confirmed that with us. So Megan, if you're watching, thank you for letting us know that, and thank you for sharing all of your amazing knowledge and information. Guys, we are in Varanasi, the city that Mark Twain said is older than legend, and we are going to give you the 24-hour experience, if we can fit it all in. There's a lot to do in 24 hours in Varanasi, so we're up at 5 a.m. and we are off to our first destination. Guys, we are at Asi Ghat and it's about 5:38 in the morning, and at about 5:40 the Ganga Aarti right behind us is going to start. So we'll give you a little bit of a taste of the sights and sounds of what the Ganga Aarti is like in the morning. Guys, that's real life here in India, isn't it? Wow, what a morning. Freezing here. During the Aarti, rain started, and then we're all packed in over here. And then we got a live concert. Wow, it's unbelievable, unbelievable. Yeah,
From the stage.
It's crazy, crazy. Man, it's cold, it's freezing, it's raining, but that's real life in India. Guys, we are at the famous Blue Lassie. Finally. And as you see, these are all passport pictures of all people who have been here before. It's full. This is why part of the reason it's famous. As well as the Lassie. Actually, Guy and I stayed here for 2 months, a long time ago, and we never came here once. So we're eager to try and see what this famous Blue Lassie is all about.
We've got saffron lassi. This is with the almond, and I've got with pistachio.
Pistachio, give us a taste test.
Oh wow. So good.
Very good, huh?
Yeah, it's my first time tasting something like this ever.
Better than your average lassi?
Yeah, it's very different.
Very different.
Really the saffron flavor with the nuts and everything.
We just came out of Kashi Vishwanath and we're not allowed to film in there for obvious reasons. This is one of the 12 Jyotirlingas in all of India. So one of the 12 sacred Shiva lingas all throughout India. And this is actually the new Kashi Vishwanath corridor at the front that Guy and I are in. And look, it's a beautiful experience. And what'd you get here, Guy? You got something special there?
Yeah, so we didn't get to go close to the Lingam, but we were able to see the actual Lingam, and we were close enough to see the Lingam. So I was given this flower necklace, which was placed around the Lingam, so which treated to be very sacred. So I was lucky, I guess.
Yeah, first-hand darshan right there. So this is my friend Manish. Good to see you, Manish. Yes.
My name is Manish.
Can you explain to us how old is the lingam here?
Very old Shiva Lingam, 54,000 year old. This name Mandhateshwar Mahadev. Panchabhut Lingam, Agni Lingam, Fire Lingam, Water Lingam, Vayu Lingam, Akash Lingam, Prithvi Lingam, Bhumi Lingam. Panchabhut Lingam, 54,000 year old. Kashi Khando.
And the Jyotirlingam in the
Jyotirlingam state, Barah Jyotirlingam, Vishwanath,
yes.
Golden Temple.
How old? How old Jyotirlingam?
54,000 years. Yeah.
So this site, 54,000 years old.
Yeah.
Kashi Vishwanath,
Yeah, Vishwanath.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful man. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We are still on our way to our last destination, but we stopped here at Pashupatinath. It's obviously Nepali style, and we met a lot of great Nepali people here. It's a little replica of Pashupatinath in the Kathmandu Valley. And so we thought we'd just take a little pit stop here, take a little breather. There's a beautiful view here, which I'll show you guys. And I want to just mention, what do you guys think about what our friend Manish spoke about, where he said that lingam at the front of the Kashi Vishwanath temple is 54,000 years old, as is the Jyotirlingam. Do you think that that's true, that it's 54,000 years old? Do you think it's younger? Do you think it's older? Let us know. The #1 chai master in all of Varanasi.
Thank you.
This is how you finish the day off. 2 big chayas.
Original, very good.
So guys, the reason we're here smashing a lot of auspicious masala chai is because the Ganga Aarti, the evening Ganga Aarti is about to begin. So we're just here with all the people. We're on the other side actually, because the other side is hectic busy. So we're just going to sit here, watch the Ganga Aarti. The perfect way to end the day.
It's 5 a.m. in Varanasi and we are in our little hotel room here, and we are going to show you the sights and sounds on the way to Asi Ghat where the Ganga Aarti takes place. So we want to give you guys an insight into the spiritual atmosphere here in Varanasi and the peaceful mornings here. What we recommend for most people to do, because this is one of the best things to do in Varanasi, is go to Ganga Aarti. Guys, it is a foggy morning this morning in Varanasi.
It's gonna be hot, that means.
It's not uncommon in Varanasi to be cold in the morning and hot when it gets to about 10.
Yeah.
But have a look at this. Look at this atmosphere here. Namaste, G. Now guys, you probably don't believe me, but this is new from when we were here last, a long time ago. This road here used to be just gravel and dirt, so this is a significant upgrade, that's for sure. There you go. Plenty of cows. Actually, there's probably less cows here than when Guy and I first started coming here back in 2009, so they used to be everywhere around here, all through the streets. Now they're hard to spot. Namaste, G. Now, as you guys can see here, there's more action at 5 a.m. than there is at midday in Australia, I can tell you that. And some places around the world, I mean, it's already busy. Well, somewhat busy. If you see Varanasi at midday, which I can put a bit of a clip up here, then you can see the contrast from this same road as to 5 a.m. So
Quite a contrast.
quite a contrast, and this is pretty quiet compared to that, but busy if you're from a small town in the US or somewhere like that. So thank you, brother. What's your name?
Amlesh.
Amlesh. Ah, nice to meet you. You born Varanasi?
Yeah.
Ah. You have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
See you. Namaste. As you see, there's a lot of people already up early in the morning in India. It's always the way. When you think waking up at 4:30 is early, these people are probably up at 3.
No sleep.
There.
वरेण्यं भर्गः वरेण्यं भर्गो भर्गो वरेण्यं वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य देवस्य भर्गो वरेण्यं वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य भर्गो देवस्य देवस्य भर्गो भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धीमहि देवस्य भर्गो भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि देवस्य धीमहि धीमहि देवस्य देवस्य धीमहि 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 धिजो जो जो धिजो धिजो जो नो नो जो धिजो धिजो जो नः
After every arti, there's always a concert. So if you're not into being high early in the morning, then coming to arti is probably not for you. But I love it. I love starting the day like this. And this is a typical Indian morning in Varanasi. And down here, early morning, look at the mist over the Ganga. There's a chai man. You can never go wrong with an early morning chai. A little bit of amusement park rides over there. Not sure if I'll go on that one. But yeah, it's a great mist over. It's really beautiful actually when it's a clear day and the sun rises over the Ganga. But unfortunately, since we've been back, we haven't had that opportunity. And just over here, guys, you see all of the instruments for puja from the Brahmins. You got the conch shell, you've got the bell, the flame, still smoking. It's a magical morning, real magical morning. Best way to start the day in Varanasi, there's no doubt. And we prefer actually the morning arti as opposed to the evening arti. The morning arti has more of a feeling to it with the sun arising as opposed to twilight. But actually twilight in Varanasi is beautiful too. Twilight's actually really cool to chill with a chai and just relax, you know. Like a lot of people are walking up and down the Ganga. Great for people watching, and there's a lot of characters in Varanasi, I can tell you. Chaya, and have a look at the view. How good. Have a taste test, love. Give us a shot. Oh yeah, that is salt of the earth. Sometimes you get too much ginger in a chai or something like this. This is perfect, well balanced. And guys, when you drink a chaya in India, there's nothing better than drinking out of a clay cup. And these are 100% environmental friendly. You can throw it on the ground. Everyone's happy. First time I went to Calcutta, first time I ever came to India actually, many years ago. I thought it was weird when I saw a lot of guys just throwing it in the gutter. But then, you know, obviously you work out, it just washes away. So don't think that they're littering in India. It's just that it's just mud. But it adds an extra flavor to the chaya. Shot.